get into this. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to recreate another artwork by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at Milton Glaser's famous image of Bob Dylan, originally created for his Greatest Hits album, which was released in 1967. One of the most iconic images and influential images from the 1960s. I'm a huge Bob Dylan fan, but I'm possibly even a bigger Milton Glaser fan, so this is kind of intersection of two of my great loves. It also features my interest in design, graphic design, and illustration, classes which I also teach at the university I teach at here in Vancouver, MLE Carr. And so there's a lot going on here that touch on things that are loves of mine. So let's get right into it. I want to kind of outline the plan for today. And we're going to talk about the materials required. We're going to get the image on the canvas. I'll show you how to do that. We're going to stain it. Then we're going to take a little break, talk about Glaser's biography. Then we're going to... Do we do an underpainting? I'm not sure. I'm anticipating this is going to be one of the easier paintings. Knock on wood, because every time I say that, I end up here all night long, but I think this should be relatively straightforward. In terms of the scale of difficulty here for this piece, I would say we're probably going to be around level 2 here. I think the majority of people should be able to do this painting no problem. In fact, I think even a beginner should be able to do this. I might do a few things that appear to be a little bit more advanced, which you could just easily skip over entirely if you wanted, just so that I can get maybe a little bit better of a result. But I think, you know, anybody should be able to approach this painting. And so... You know, when I say that, you know, beginner, you know, somebody who's literally just starting, this could be your very first painting, or somebody who's maybe done a few paintings with me before and is a little familiar with the way I do things. But even then, I think you should be able to tackle this without any of that experience. And just before we get started, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are going to take place. It also really helps me out, and it doesn't cost you a penny. You can always change your notification preferences as you wish. But if you do want to support the channel, and you do like what you see here, whether you're a first-time viewer or a long-time viewer, please consider leaving a donation through PayPal. The link is down below. And that's probably the fastest, easiest way to do it. If you want to send an e-transfer using your email, you can do that. My email is on my website and on the Facebook group. Those links are below. And also, if you want to send a check, you could also contact me through my email to get an address, etc. I don't post all that information here because some of you have seen I tend to get a lot of spam and troll messages sometimes during these live shows as well. So in order to keep that to a minimum, I kind of refer people to go to my website, or the Facebook group. You could use the YouTube super chat function while we're here live, but YouTube takes like 40% of whatever you donate, so that's neither advantageous to you or me, but YouTube loves it, right? But again, I'm happy to take a donation in whatever form or medium it comes through. So let's jump to our first step here. want to talk briefly about the materials required to do this painting. Now, I have talked extensively in several episodes dedicated to the materials required for this overall course and series of videos we've been doing, but it's just sort of a good reminder, because again, maybe some people are watching this video for the first time, never seen me before, and want to know how to do it. Well, here's just a kind of a list of different materials. We'll talk about the paints here in a moment, but really you need like a brush, some paint, a canvas of some kind, or a piece of paper to paint on. We'll talk about carbon paper as well here shortly. Optional things, there is black in this painting, but I'm going to mix my own. You could certainly use your own black right out of the tube as well. Things like sanding paper to kind of smooth the surface. We may use some Posca pens here, which is something we'll talk about when we get to that point. It's an acrylic paint pen, which you can buy for like $5, $4, $3, depending on where you're buying them from. I wouldn't, though, use a Sharpie, only to sign the back of your painting. But that might be tempting for a painting like this, but if you do use a Sharpie, it might only look good for a couple of days, and then maybe not so good afterwards. But maybe all you want is a good Instagram photograph. Other things, wearing clothes that can get paint on them is a good idea. Having some rags or cloths nearby. I got tons of these things under the counter because you want to be prepared for every conceivable disaster, because if you're painting, you guarantee it, the time you don't have those materials around is exactly when the disaster happens. Okay, so let's talk quickly about the kind of paint we're going to use. I use a system called a split primary palette. I didn't invent it, but when I stumbled upon this years after I began teaching, I was like, whoa, I wish I knew this when I was 15, 16 years old and just starting to get into art, because it would have made my life a lot easier. And so you don't have to use this method. I think this would be the best method if you're just learning how to paint. And then once you get a handle on this, you could use anybody else's method very easily. And I think it would be a lot more intuitive. So what this method does is it really emphasizes color temperature, because every paint has a temperature. Some are warmer or cooler than others. And the reason why that's important to know is that warm colors appear to advance towards the viewer, while cool colors appear to recede. For this painting, not really going to matter quite so much, but it's still good to understand and know how these things work. And especially if you're trying to paint from life, knowing how warm and cool colors work will help you mix the colors you want, because almost always warm colors are found in the foreground of a photograph or your favorite painting, and cool colors are found in the background. So once you know that, it's like, oh, well, all I need to do is mix the 3 cool colors that I have on my palette, and I'll probably get the color I want because I know it's in the foreground or the background. So let's look at some of the paints that you may want to use. Now, I like to use this brand, these Amsterdam I like to use these Amsterdam paints. I'm not sponsored or paid, not given a drip of free paint from anybody. I go buy them from my local art supply store just like anybody else. But I do find that they are the most effective paints. Now look, I do have a black tube of paint. I've had these 2 black tubes of paint. I don't know why I have 2, not 1, for the past 4 years, and there's still plenty of paint left in them. I like to mix my own paint, and I'll show you how to do that as we go. So this is the brand I like. I think it's the cheapest, best quality paint you can get. You can certainly spend more money, like if you want to buy golden paint, you could spend 3 times the price for about 3 times less paint, and you probably won't notice the difference unless you're really, really experienced. Now I'm going to flip through a whole bunch of other brands of paint. Again, I've talked about these, including there's a list in the Dropbox folder. There's a link down below for that. So if you click on that link, you can see this whole list of paints there. You can take a screenshot here while I'm talking away. You can take it with you to your local art supply store and try to find these exact paints, or you could try to order the paints online. Now, one thing is, a lot of people use Amazon for things, including myself, and there are links to all the paints below. But I would say that Amazon tends to be, at least for paint, one of the most expensive places where you can buy paint. If you want the convenience of being able to buy paint online and have it shipped to you, I would suggest looking up your local art supply store or regional supply store and ordering from them, because you'll probably get a much better deal. Now, here's two brands of paint that are found quite commonly, especially Peebo, that I do not recommend, because they've got a lot. They add titanium white as a filler, as most paints do, but they add too much of it, which means if you're going to try to mix the black, as I'm going to do today, you're just never going to get there. It's always going to be gray. You're going to be pulling your hair out, wondering what's going on. Did I do it wrong? Maybe Michael has no idea what he's talking about, which could also be true. But I think this is going to drive you bonkers. So I would recommend steer clear of these, unless you're doing a lot of maybe impressionist paintings, which tend to have a lot of white. They tend to be kind of pastel anyway. And maybe you might fall in love with these paints. This doesn't mean they're useless, but for what I tend to do in these classes, maybe less helpful. Okay, so those are the materials that we're going to use. Let's now get this painting started. So the first step is to do an image transfer, to get something onto the canvas. And the way to do this, so here's the original image. I've actually modified it a little bit to make it fit on this 9x12 canvas a little bit easier. And here's the illustration that I did on my iPad Pro using the Procreate app. I just traced over all those lines, and I've exported them as a JPEG and a PDF so that you can print it out on your printer at home. So if you click on the link for the Dropbox folder below, I think it's maybe the second, first, third link or something down below, you'll see at the very top of that folder is the basic resources to get you started. So when I was talking about the supply guide and being able to print that out, that's here right in the first folder. I think these are really important lessons if you really want to learn how to paint. But if you just want to jump right over these fundamental exercises and get ready to paint, I would recommend choosing one of these folders. These next ones that begin with a number and then a letter. My organization system has something to be desired, but I didn't expect I would be here 4 years later doing this. So you'll see that Milton Glaser's Dylan poster is right towards the end of this list, and then you see it switches into numbers, and then there's like 200 folders. These are more complex paintings. So if this is one of your first paintings you've ever done, you can definitely look in these, and you could attempt any one of these paintings. Like there's the Mona Lisa right here, George O'Keeffe, and those are definitely more advanced paintings, and they could make your life kind of miserable. So you may want to start with this one and see how you do. So you'll see 3 files. There's the original file and then 2 versions of the outline, one in JPEG, one's a PDF, exactly the same other than the file format, whatever's easier for you to print out on your inkjet LaserJet printer at home. So once you've done that, you'll have a piece of paper like this. And just to give you a little preview, here's some upcoming episodes here. Matisse, Picasso, Van Gogh, Dali, another Dali, Renoir. This is probably one of the oldest ones. This is a tapestry from the Unicorn series at the Met Cloisters, Da Vinci. So there's a few, and there's a lot more that I've got here, but these are just the ones that I've printed out that we have yet to do. So stick around, hit that subscribe button if you want to know more. So now that I've got this printed out, I've just got this on regular paper using my inkjet printer here at home. And then I'm going to tape this down. Sometimes I'm kind of a little fussy as to, where I arrange it towards which side of the canvas, etc. But I think that's going to be fine. Okay, tape that. Oh, I should also say that I'm about to paint this on a 9 by 12 canvas panel or canvas board. You can buy these things from your local dollar store. In this case, this is actually, I ordered off of Amazon. You get them, I think, this particular brand, a set of 12 for 24 bucks Canadian, which is like a couple of quarters American. Not quite, but close. Our dollar is very low at the moment. So I take these, and you can see there's little glops of, and you're like, what is that? I didn't get that in mind. Because what I do is I take it out of the plastic, I sand it with some sandpaper, just gently, take off a little bit of the tooth or the texture, and then I put some white acrylic gesso over top of that, let that dry overnight, and then sand it again. And what that does is gives me a smoother surface that is close to kind of like a sketchbook paper. Now, if I wanted, I could do that same process again, put another coat of gesso over, let that dry, sand it again. And some people do 3, 4 coats of that to get almost like a glass-like smooth surface. I don't feel I need to do quite that much work on to prep the canvas, but some people, I worked for a guy that, and I would do that, do sand and gesso, and get a really smooth surface. And it is beautiful feeling that smooth surface, but unless you're doing a lot of detail, which, you know, there is some detail in here, but if you're doing like little faces and things, you probably want the smoothest surface you can get. So here I'm going to use some graphite transfer paper, which is very similar to carbon transfer paper. I actually ordered this off of Amazon. It's like 100 sheets for $12 or something. The link is down below for it. And I guarantee you, I'll be passing this on to my great-grandchildren, because you can see that I've used these sheets over and over and over again, and I'll do the same today. You can get about maybe 20 or 30 tracings out of one piece of paper before all the carbon or graphite has been removed. Carbon, graphite, they are different, but they do exactly the same thing and are nearly identical. So I wouldn't, I would just find the cheapest one you can find. You don't need to splurge on these things. Okay, then I like to use a red pen or pencil, just because it helps me see which lines I have drawn and which ones I have yet to draw. So then I'm just going to trace over these lines. And typically I kind of go pretty quickly, because my goal is not to do a perfect rendition of all of these lines, just kind of good enough. And often some of those outlines have a lot of detail on them. And so you could spend a long time doing those outlines, but the goal is really just to kind of give you an idea of where things could go. And then as you're painting them, you can kind of use your imagination to kind of go wild. So I'm gonna do sort of my best, quote unquote, but I'm not gonna worry about if it's perfect or not. And if you've been following me for a while, you know that my concern is really not about making perfect things. In fact, you know, the saying goes that the perfect is the enemy of good, which is a quote by, and I'm just delaying because I forgot the name of the wise speaker. Was it Alfred Stieglitz? No, it was a different photographer. It was a famous photographer who was not married to George O'Keeffe, as Stieglitz was. It was, come on, Michael. The perfect is the enemy of good is a famous quote by, I was going to say Godfather, the grandfather of photography. Oh my goodness. Not Weston. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, I'm sure you could punch it into your Google device there and find out within seconds. But the idea is that if you obsess about perfection, you're really just going to live a life of disappointment and frustration. And, you know, probably the most common comment I get on my videos is people talking to me about how they've lived their lives obsessed with perfection. And I'm one of the first persons they've come across who's told them to surrender to a little bit more, I guess, chaos, but also to be more gentle on themselves about what success might mean, and allow for more mistakes, to embrace mistakes. It's a little bit more of like a kind of a Buddhist mentality that, surprise, surprise, you may hear some echoes of Bob Ross in there too, and his concept of the happy accident, which, you know, whenever I say that, there's always a little chuckle, like, really? You're gonna cite Bob Ross? I thought he was, you know, kind of, you know, a pop culture icon, but maybe not something a serious artist would quote. And I personally think Bob Ross, well, I'm not the biggest fan of his work entirely. I have featured him on a couple of episodes. But I'm a huge fan of him as an artist and also as a thinker. I think that idea of the happy accident is one of the most brilliant concepts in all of Western culture. And that's saying something, and I stand by that completely. I think if more people just embraced life with the attitude of embracing the happy accident, I think we would live in a much more peaceful world. You know, if we embraced the unexpected as an opportunity rather than a prison sentence, I think there'd be so much more interesting people around. But we have plenty of time to get into that in today's episode. So I just kind of, once I do that tracing, I kind of flip back and forth a few times, making sure I don't have any missing lines. And I'm looking here. Is there a line there? I don't think so. I think this is all black, right? The one thing that's going to be a bit of a challenge is how are we going to make the transition from the black of his face and figure, because at some point it switches to white. The way Glaser did that is he just had these lines just ending at the top of the image. Because of the way I've done this, I've got a little bit of space at the top there. So I'm not sure at this moment exactly how to solve that problem. But again, just like Bob Ross would say, you know, it's, well, not like he would, just that idea of, you know, probably no matter which choice we make, it's going to be the right one. So, just before I move on here, I want to acknowledge all the people leaving comments in the chat here. Here's Lisa, says, looks like a fun painting. I love Bob Dylan. Me too, Lisa. Kathy says, hi, Lisa. Looking forward to painting this one today. A fun one. Ari says, hi, everyone. A bit late to start painting, but happy to watch live in chat. Kathy says, hope you could stay awake. Lisa says, Voltaire. Well, okay, that wasn't who I was thinking of, but it kind of sounds like a Voltaire-ish kind of quote. The great French kind of originator of reason, philosopher. Ari says, I can't wait for the history, indeed, portion of this episode. I am doing well. I finished 2 paintings today, and I'm happy with them. That's huge. Well done, Ari. Yes, post them to the Facebook group, says Kathy. Kathy says, I've been working on the drawing course. I'm on lesson 16, and I enjoy it. Awesome. Yes, again, maybe other people may not be aware, there is a whole free drawing course here on my YouTube channel, which you should consider viewing. It is the most popular thing I've ever done in my life. So some people appear to appreciate it. So if you want to learn how to draw, consider learning how to draw from my free drawing course here on YouTube. Okay, so important to stay hydrated. Our next step is called the Imprimatura, which is an Italian word for the first layer or the priming layer in a painting. Now, you don't need to do this, so let me stress that, especially if you're a beginner artist and you want to just get right to the details here, feel free to skip ahead. It will make a difference, but probably if you're a beginner, you won't notice a difference or even care. Now, I like to do this. I strongly encourage people to do this, or at least observe this process so that you can potentially include it in future paintings if you want to. But again, it's not mandatory. It's not going to ruin your painting if you don't do it. Here's a few reasons why you might do an Imprimatura. First of all, just gets the painting started. Get rid of that white, because that white can be kind of scary. It's like, what are you going to do? It's kind of, I find it has a personality. It always taunts me. And sometimes if there's little gaps between the colors, if there's white, it can kind of look a little bit, it'll make it's a signifier of a beginner's painting, versus if instead of white being in the gap, you got yellow or fluorescent orange or green or brown, it's going to make it look like you know something about painting that maybe other people who don't know anything about painting don't know. And so that it sort of just already makes you look like you're clicked into a little bit more of the painting process. It's going to do, like, for instance, I'm going to use this warm yellow here for this process. And traditionally, artists would use kind of a rusty red-brown color. Now, I like to use this yellow because it gives things kind of a nice warm glow. And I love color, and this painting has got lots of color in it. But again, you don't have to do that. Okay, so let's jump right into this. So I've squeezed out a little bit of my warm yellow onto the palette. I also really like this warm yellow like this because it's very easy. I don't have to do any thinking whatsoever, right? And one of the things that I've done as a professional artist is I try to kind of, establish a bit of a routine for myself where there's similar things that I'm doing each and every time that I can repeat without really using my brain. For a number of reasons. One is that if the first few steps of a painting are that you can do without really thinking, then it helps you sort of just get the painting started and helps you kind of transition from the world of spreadsheets and lunches and children's toys and meetings with teachers and bank loans and all that kind of stuff. It helps you just, or like, again, it helps me just temporarily, transition from that into the world of making art. So I like having a routine that is consistent no matter what I make. And you'll find that is similar with a lot of professional artists, but also with a lot of athletes, and probably you have your own routines in your own life already for doing various things. Like, think about your morning routine. Like, you probably do almost the same thing every single morning. Like, you might get up, go to the bathroom, set the kettle on or your coffee pot, sit down on the couch, read a little bit of news or flip through Instagram or something, and then get up, get your coffee, and then, and so on and so forth. And those are things that you probably don't think about all that often. But, if one day you wake up and you realize, oh no, I forgot to buy coffee yesterday. All of a sudden your whole day just feels like, something is amiss. Of course, you also want to make sure that your lights flash on and off for about 5 seconds every time you prepare to make a painting. I consider that to be one of the most important parts of my routine. That's the phantom of the studio that just likes to remind me that it is here observing. I don't know why that happens. I have this kind of system where I can turn my lights on and off by talking to them, and I don't know if it's a particular word or whatever it is that seems to trigger those lights. So, and trust me, I've spent hours thinking about it and researching it and still cannot figure it out. So let's blow dry this. I think I'm actually going to paint another layer of paint over top of my Imprimatura, and I'll talk about that here in a moment. I'm just going to mute this while I use my... Okay, one little thing you may have noticed is I was just wiping the canvas with the side of my hand like that, and you could see paint still, there's wet paint on these edges, because I like to paint the edges of my painting. Normally I don't care about this, but because I'm going to do another coat of paint on there, I want to make sure that this yellow is as dry as possible so it doesn't mix into that paint and give me a little surprise. So I'd much rather have that paint on my hands or my clothes. I like to wipe my hands on my clothes. That's where I wear paint. Clothes is the paints, or that's why I wear paint with denim attached to them around my legs. That's why I like to wear painting clothes, because I don't have to worry about getting my paint on my nice Sunday bests, right? Okay, I'm gonna let's just clean this a bit. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mix a background color here. Let's look at the original. So the original, this looks like it's just pure white. So again, I could just skip the yellow I put down here and the thing I'm about to do and just go right into the painting. The reason I'm going to do this, though, is I want to give it a little bit of an aged poster kind of thing, like slightly, you know, like yellowed newspaper quality, to give it that look of something slightly vintage, right? Because this poster is very specific to a moment in time. It is one of the most 60s images you could possibly find, right? It's such an iconic image from that period of time. And so, you know, the 60s was a few years ago. So rather than try to make this look absolutely brand new and fresh, which, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, I kind of want it to look like maybe this is the original one, you know, this is maybe Glaser's original sketch for it, right? Give it that, looks like it's been around for a little while. So to do that, instead of just painting white or just going right onto my white gessoed canvas, I'm going to kind of create a bit of a slightly brown kind of quality. And to do that, I'm going to take, I'm going to put some cool colors. This would be my background. And I'm going to mix a cool brown. And I don't need a lot of this paint either. Oops, sorry. So here's my colors. Let's take this yellow. So I've got this orange. And then I'm going to put a bit of blue into this. It's a little brown. I might need to make a slightly bigger batch. I think that's going to be good. So it's kind of a bit of a mustardy color there. I'm going to take, shoot, I didn't mean to put that much white on there, because I'm probably not going to use all that much. Well, yeah. Okay, and then I'm gonna add some matte medium. This is not the original jar it comes in. It's got a big pail of it here. A big jug of this stuff that I just pour into a smaller thing using a little funnel so that I don't have to open up a... It comes in small sizes like this, but just if you're if you're like, take a screenshot of this, and I want some of this, and you're like, that doesn't come in that size, but I want to get exactly what Michael's using. And you're like, Michael, they said that doesn't exist. What, you know? So I'm going to put matte medium in here. I'm going to put a good helping, about half and half, maybe even a little bit more matte medium to white paint, because I want to be able to have a little bit of my yellow, my Imprimatura coming through this layer of paint. It's already picking up a bit of that yellow and beneath. You know what? I think I am going to take a bit of this white back. And I'm just going to make a bigger mixture. It's always better to over mix, or to have a bit more paint than a little bit less, because then if I run out, oh man, that's a super frustrating thing to happen. So I'll put a bit of my yellow in here. Just try to make sure it's mixed up nice and good. It's a little bit more kind of yellowy than I expected, and because it's a bit transparent, it's probably going to have a bit more yellow than I want. So I'm actually going to take a bit more of my white that I previously took back out and put it back in here, just to make this color a bit more opaque. So let's start putting this on here. The one thing I find with matte medium is it does speed up the drying time when it's really thin. So I like to put a big glops of it on here in hopes that it'll stay wet long enough for me to get a nice even coat going here. So you can see how kind of fast I'm moving here. Because if I'm not too slow, then I'm going to get these weird streaks in there. So it does take, you know, this is again why I said if you're a beginner painter, you could totally skip this step, no worries. And I think you'd be more than happy with the results, but I'm just going to go the extra little mile here, an extra few minutes out of my way. See, I love prepping canvases like this. I find it so satisfying. The reason I'm focusing so much on my left edge there is because it was a little bit thin on that side, and I saw a lot more yellow kind of poking through. There is some yellow showing through on the right hand side of this painting. Probably not even visible on camera, but this side's all going to be black anyway, so my biggest concern is this. There is a little bit of yellow right on the edges up here showing through, but sometimes that can be kind of a little bit nice, because it just shows, again, if someone is looking at this, they're like, oh, it's not actually just white, there's yellow under here, and he used a different color. And as an artist, I kind of want people to look a little bit closer, and I also want to, if someone looks closer, I want to reward them for that extra little bit of attention they're giving the painting, right? Just like, you know, a fan of Star Wars might, you know, pause the video and look in the background and be like, oh, look, you know, look at this little mistake. Somebody's wearing a New York Yankees baseball cap in the middle of this movie. You know, nobody else knows that it's there but me, because I looked so carefully. And that's really satisfying for someone who's a fan of an artwork, whether it be a movie or a song. Think about people playing Beatles records backwards, they're like, oh, you know, and then the Beatles realize people are doing that, and they start actually recording things backwards, so that when people or forwards or whatever it is, so that when people play it backwards, they do hear things, right? And so it's kind of that extra little fun thing. So okay, whoa, lots of comments there. Alex says, hi from Brazil. I started to learn about art with you. Obrigado. Thanks in Portuguese. Awesome. Hi, Alex. Great to see you in the chat. Thanks so much for tuning in. And I'm so happy that you're learning about art. I'm honored that I'm one of the persons that can help you in your creative journey. That's so exciting. Brazil. Oh, that's one of the places I want to visit the most. It's definitely on my top probably 5 list of places to visit at some point in life. Okay, I'm just going to blow dry this. We're going to take a break here in a moment and talk about Glaser's biography. But if I can start this drawing process, because it is kind of thick, I don't want any dust or me to accidentally bump it, as I often do. While I've got this nice surface here, let's try to, lock it in place. Let's move this out of the way. It's still wet along these edges, but I'm hoping that a little bit, by the time I'm done prattling on about Glaser's biography, this will be mostly dry here, so let's move that out of the way. Again, one of the reasons I like kind of blow drying it like that, if I can, is that it's just going to, let's say there's a mosquito or something lands on there and I try to brush it away and then it smears, and then I'm trying to fix that mistake so it looks nice and even again. That's just something that would drive me crazy, and if I can avoid being driven crazy, then I want to do that. Okay. Oh, Senga's in the chat too. Hi, Senga. Got the band back together. This is great. Okay. So, what I want to do now is take a few moments, might be a little bit more than a few moments, to talk a little bit about Milton Glaser's biography, an artist and designer I consider to be one of the greatest of all time, certainly one of my favorites personally, and I'm certainly not alone. And if you've never heard of Milton Glaser, or maybe you've never even seen the artwork we're doing today, I'm sure a few things are going to be like, oh, I did not realize that he did that. Okay, so Milton Glaser, born in 1929 and dies on his 91st birthday in 2020. Lived a long and super productive life, very prolific artist, did thousands and thousands of different posters, logos, designs for, he also a very famous typographer, came up with lots of different famous fonts. I mean, had his fingers in just about everything. So Milton Glaser was born in New York City, or more specifically, the Bronx. The Bronx is where the New York Yankees play. It's one of the 5 boroughs there in the northeast of Manhattan. His parents were Hungarian Jewish immigrants, and his father owned and operated a dry cleaning business and tailoring shop, while his mother was a homemaker and raised the family. I'm not sure if he definitely had one brother, because I was watching a documentary earlier this morning about him, and his brother was talking about him. In fact, I'll just give a special mention to that right here. You can find it, you can watch it here on YouTube. I highly recommend it. It's called, I think it's called To Inform and Delight Milton Glaser. And it's this quote, it's not actually a quote of his, it's a quote of, who came up with that quote? I'm trying to remember. But he mentions it in here as sort of the role of the artist to inform and delight. And it's a great documentary. There's lots of videos of him talking. Again, he just died a few years ago, and he up until the very day he died, lucid, super articulate, funny guy, very funny guy, great sense of humor, and that comes across in his work. So I highly recommend watching this documentary. I found, kind of, for me personally, I don't know about anybody else, but every 5 minutes or so, because it's mostly him kind of talking, interviews throughout history, going like, oh, that's a little golden nugget right there. I love the way he put that, right? I've paused it actually right here where he's talking about a book that I love called The Gift, Lewis Hyde. There you go. Let's go here. This is an excellent book. I also highly recommend. I should have this on my reading list here. The Gift, Creativity in the Artist in the Modern World. I think this book came out decades ago. When was it first published? I don't think it's 2007. I'm sure this was an older book than that. But I think this is an essential book if you're really interested in creativity of any kind. Long story short, the main thesis of the gift is that an artwork is part of a gift exchange with the viewer. That an artist creates a gift and gives it to the viewer, and then the viewer is inspired and then goes on to make other gifts. It could be other artworks that they end up creating, or just spreading the love of art amongst their family and community, friends, etc. And I had already kind of, before I read this book maybe 20 years ago, I had already kind of had that idea in the back of my mind and kind of maybe thought I was a genius who came up with that concept. And then I read this and I was like, this guy's saying everything that I've always thought, right? So it's, it's no surprise that Milton Glaser quotes this book as being a really important influence in his own life and approach to making art. And I think if you watch this video, this documentary, you watch other interviews with him, you can see that passion for art, and also the how much he values the interaction with the general public or other artists and designers as well. That he really sees that dialogue, that conversation, as being essential to what art is, which might sound pretty obvious to most people, but there's also lots of artists that have zero interest in engaging with the public, who, you'll hear artists talk about, I don't think about who my audience is. I don't make art for anybody else but myself, and I'm not making any judgments about that at all. I think that's a totally valid way of making art. He's on the exact opposite side of the spectrum, where he's like, he even talks somewhere in this documentary about how he kind of finds it a little bit difficult to make art that isn't sort of a commission. That he works best when somebody says, I kind of want you to do this, and then go off and do it. And he's like, okay, that's perfect. I love having some boundaries. Versus some other artists are like, like, I'm a little bit like that. If somebody says, I want to do this kind of thing, it needs to be red, and it needs to, it's much easier for me just to do my own thing and then find somebody who likes it. So I'm even acknowledging that we differ a little bit on our attitude towards making art and who it should be for, or if it should be for anybody beyond the artists themselves. I'm not saying that he's right or I'm wrong. It's just maybe I work a little bit differently than him. But he also comes at art from a designer's perspective, as opposed to a so-called fine artist. Which, again, he even talks about trying to blur those boundaries a little bit, and I'm all in favor of that for sure. So he grows up in New York City in the Bronx, and you'll see that New York City. The city, the geography, the people, the buildings, the culture of New York plays a major role in his life, and particularly in one of his most iconic artworks, that he ever created, which is, let me see, let's find it, one here, almost always comes up right at the beginning, is his I Love New York logo. And arguably this is one of the most iconic images in popular culture, not just in New York, but in North America and around the world. And this image, which we now just sort of take for granted as sort of always having been there, was one of his signature creations. And not only did he come up with this image, but he donated it to the city of New York in order to help the city raise funds to do things like make the city better. Because when he created this image in 1977, I think, it was during a time in New York where the city was really struggling. If you watch movies that, like Taxi Driver, for instance, which takes Robert De Niro, you looking at me? It takes place in the 1970s in New York, and it's, New York is gritty and filthy. New York was on the verge of bankruptcy. The crime rate was through the roof. It was just a dangerous place to be. So much so that even, like, I remember when I went to art school in the same place that Milton Glaser went to. I'll get to that in a moment. When I went there, my parents were like, "Oh my goodness, New York is like the most dangerous place on earth. Why are you going there?" Because they would tell me stories of visiting. My parents were living in Toronto in the 70s, would drive down to New York or take the bus, and it was just like going into a war zone, right? I mean, there were places in New York City that unless you were looking for trouble, you would avoid like the plague. And people were leaving New York City, to go to other places in the United States or the world, or to the suburbs, and New York was kind of falling apart. So what he did is, as part of this campaign, he was hired by the city to create this campaign, or the New York State, I should say. But after finishing he donated all the future proceeds to the city, and so this logo continues to raise about $30 million every year for the city of New York. And you can't think of too many other artists or designers that have, first of all, created an image that has this lasting impact, that is so recognizable, but then also, have the altruism to donate really their most important signature artwork to help the city get back on its feet. I just think that's really amazing. So as I said, like, the city of New York has a very important personal role in his biography and in a central place in his artwork. And I think also when we take a look at the posters he created, he really sees like one of the important parts of New York is it's a very pedestrian friendly city. Yes, there's famous yellow taxi cabs and the subway is excellent, but even the poorest of the poor and the richest of the rich often get around New York on foot. And a big part of walking around New York City is the posters that are on bus shelters and buildings under construction, and also just ones that have been glued to mailboxes and electrical boxes throughout the city, all the graffiti, all that kind of stuff. And I think that's a big part of, like, there's lots of other cities that you can travel to around the world that don't quite have that postering culture, or it's been kind of discouraged or made illegal by local governments, right? New York City, even when they try to control it, it still goes wild. In fact, just a quick little aside, when I was a student in New York, one of the things that I used to do is late at night, I would go around town and pull, especially when it was raining, because that was the easiest. I would go around town and take these posters that were on sides of buildings and things and peel them off, and I would dry them in my I had an apartment the size of most people's bathrooms at the 23rd Street or 24th Street YMCA, right across the street from the Chelsea Hotel. Anyway, there were all of these posters around these for this film, Don't Look Back, which was being re-released. Excellent documentary on Bob Dylan. And I remember peeling these off the walls. I still have them in a box pretty much right behind that camera there. And yeah, that for me, so anyway, I'm kind of diving into my own personal life here in connection with Milton Glaser, but I think he would like all of that things that he's done kind of have created ripple effects all around the world. So at a young age, he starts taking art classes, drawing classes. He eventually goes to the High School of Music and Art, which is now known as the LaGuardia School of Art or Music. I can't remember. They renamed it, and it shows him in that documentary going there and talking about it, because he was ultimately commissioned to rebrand the school. And After graduating from there, he went to Cooper Union in New York, in the lower east side of New York, a block away from CBGB's. If you're a music fan, you might have heard of that old, long, well, it disappeared after I was a student there. And I think it's now a clothing store, record store, but it was one of the ground zero for punk rock in the United States. Cooper Union is one of the oldest schools in the United States. It is, I'm really lucky to have attended this school. It's, the lecture hall in the basement. Every single president, well, who knows if Trump or Biden or even Obama have spoken there, but the lecture hall where you take your art history classes, where every single U.S. president has given a speech at one time. So it's pretty cool. You're in this room, and you're like, wow, there's a lot of history in here, including Abraham Lincoln gave one of his most famous speeches of all time there. So it's a building imbued with history, and just the location alone is really, really cool. So he is one of the esteemed graduates, alumni of Cooper Union, and the fact that I can even say my name in the same sentence as Milton Glaser is pretty cool. And that is, it's one of the great things with a school like that is there were lots of, and still to this day, lots of great graduates from Cooper. While he was at Cooper Union, like most people who go to college, meet lots of other people who, you end up going for lunch and staying late at night, making work and studying together. Many of those students that were his friends at Cooper, when they graduated, they kind of almost immediately felt kind of, they missed that, the interaction they had with one another. So they formed a collective called the Pushpin Studio. And so in 1954, so this is maybe a year or so after he graduates, they found the Pushpin Studio, which was really interesting as a design group. They weren't the first. There was throughout history, particularly in Germany, you have like the Bauhaus is kind of a design architecture kind of movement. More common I think in Europe than in North America to have these design collectives. But one of the things that they were really early proponents of was actually going back to the figure and to drawing to create their designs. Because in the 1950s, that's at a time where abstract expressionism is kind of at its height in the art world in North America, but even beyond. Abstract painting and sculpture are really taking over. And so Glaser and his fellow co-founders of Pushpin, they look kind of at art history and design prior to abstraction for inspiration. And in many ways, they kind of helped reinvigorate the figurative tradition back into art at a time where it had been essentially discarded and deemed dead and no longer of use to artists. And that kind of interest in history and rejuvenating design by going, instead of necessarily always going forward, but looking backwards to see if there's things of interest that they can pull and get inspired from, is kind of a signature part of Glaser's style and approach to making art. I think that reverence of history, whether it be like New York City history or design or art history, is something that I think is really important. Because again, in the 1950s, there was this idea that we are going to get rid of all of that and we're going to move forward. So part of, I think partly what inspired him, and he talks about it in that documentary I mentioned earlier, To Inform and Delight, is I think around the time he graduated from Cooper, I couldn't find exactly when it happened, but he traveled to Italy, spent some time in Italy, just walking around, and he saw that in Italy, as well as a lot of places in Europe, the history is alive. There's sculptures and monuments made by great artists in the past that are kind of around every single corner. You don't really feel that here in Vancouver or elsewhere in North America, except maybe to some extent in New York or Chicago, Montreal, Quebec City. But beyond that, it kind of, especially the further west you go, you almost feel like there's no history there. It's just endless strip malls, and we live in, like, there was nothing here before that, right? Which is also kind of an erasure of the First Nations people, the indigenous people that had been living here in North America for tens of thousands of years, right? I think it's only now that we're starting to kind of actually really appreciate the culture of the first peoples beyond just giving them lip service and stealing their culture to put on coins and postage stamps, etc. But that's a whole other conversation, little tangent there. But I think there is very deep political reasons why that has happened, right? Anyway, what else should I say? I want to take a look at his work here momentarily. Let's go back to, I was going to scroll through some of these images. So obviously the I Love New York sign. I was thinking even today about the I Love New York sign, how it is, it might be, and I don't know, but one of the first uses of, one might call, an emoji in pop culture. This idea of not just the of a heart as just, being a symbol of a heart, but using it in place of a word to shorten a sentence. Today we take emojis for granted. Everyone, people even in business emails might put a little happy face at the end of a sentence or a couple of hearts. People do it all the time. I see a bunch of them in the chat there right now. We don't really think much of it now. It's right there on the keyboard, on our phones when we're texting friends. But I really think this is one of the first instances of, especially on official, this is, again, printed by the state of New York. It's not just, some sticker that some kid made and stuck somewhere. This is like official state-made imagery being put out there into the world. This has got to be one of the first instances that I can think of where you would see that. And, for better or worse, some people might say that's a great thing. It reinvigorated language by incorporating images back into it, maybe for the first time since the ancient Egyptians, right, and their hieroglyphics. But some people would say the emoji, the use of emojis to replace words is the downfall of literature, etc. I mean, we could have that debate, right? But I think it's important to kind of just put a little pin there as kind of his influence beyond, in all facets of society. I think it's really interesting that Mad Men, the TV show that was like, probably 5-10 years ago, it culminated, but that he was brought in, I think, on the final season to create a poster to promote the show, which I'm sure he was well aware throughout the run of that show that in many ways that whole show is based around people like himself. The show takes place during the 50s and early 60s, during the time that Milton Glaser, especially during the early Pushpin studio years, was working. The rebranding various different kind of major American businesses into a much more giving them a pop culture identity that they may not have had in the past. So I think that's really interesting because, again, I think I've only seen the first couple seasons of Mad Men, so I haven't seen how it ends. I mean, I kind of know how it ends because I've heard and seen videos, but just you know, I know that the Mad Men during, as the series progressed, they kind of get more into the 1960s and more in the style of Milton Glaser as he his illustrations and design. And so it wouldn't surprise me, somebody may have, who's more familiar with the show, I'm sure that it wouldn't surprise me if they mention Milton Glaser and his influence, or even if there's a character called Milton Glaser or someone based upon him who appears in that show. So feel free to let me know if you've seen Mad Men. But again, here's the Dylan poster. This we'll talk about that here in a moment. He was one of the co-founders of New York Magazine. You've probably seen this magazine on the shelf of your local grocery store. And so he came up with the font. He was one of the founders who came up with the whole idea. You know, the idea of making a magazine that was purely focused on New York, we take that as like, you know, there's, well, now the publishing industry is mostly collapsed, but if we go back 10 years, you know, major cities around the world would have their own magazine. There would be one, there's a Vancouver magazine, a Toronto magazine. I'm sure maybe the city you're watching from right now at one time had a magazine totally devoted to major issues taking place in the city, different events, concerts, and art openings, etc., that were going on. And so he was one of the first to kind of come up with that concept of New York having its own dedicated magazine for New Yorkers. I thought this was really interesting. This is the only place I found this image. I did not realize that he designed a vodka bottle for Donald Trump. You know, there is, it mentions here, I love these quotes. When speaking to Fast Company about the design in 2016, Glaser told the publication that the bottle appealed to the lowest level of human activity. He says, "What you're selling is envy and status," adding that he wouldn't under no circumstances do a job for Donald Trump today, as he saw him as an extremely dangerous figure in American life. That's interesting. So it's definitely not something that you could see on his own website or published much, but it is interesting to see that he did do some work for the former president, who's currently on trial. And maybe you're watching this a few years from now, you'll know how all of that played out. This is going to be a very interesting next 6 months. Let's see. This is another iconic image he did during the height of the AIDS epidemic. I love this intersection between these two hearts and the skull there. The very, you know, one of the things that Glaser also talks about in that documentary and elsewhere in other interviews I've read is that he considered himself to be the enemy of style and taste. That anytime he started to feel like he had created a unique style that he could be pigeonholed in, he would do the exact opposite to try to kind of keep ahead of things so that he could always stay kind of free. And that so that's one of the things when you look at his work. I mean, I definitely see that there are similarities in his work. I was thinking about this earlier today. Like, even though obviously he died in 2020, most of his work doesn't, it all has a handmade quality, or it looks like there was a certain kind of design in the 50s, 60s that, you know, is very sharp and doesn't feature like brush strokes or anything like this image here for the 1984 Sarajevo Olympics does, but doesn't have maybe the telltale signs of digital graphic design. You know, everything has the touch of a person, a human being in there, which I think is very fascinating. Let's scroll down here. This also, you know, after 9/11, he went back to the I Love New York logo and added this I Love New York more than ever, and then included this like little blemish at the bottom, or I can't remember how he described it, as sort of like a bit of a tarnished element of the heart, showing that it had been kind of hurt or damaged in some way, but the overall heart itself was still red and proud, right? And I think that's really interesting. It's the idea of that this logo, this image is so powerful that it could be also a rallying point for people. I think that's really cool. He also did a lot of work over the years for restaurants, and particularly this chain of grocery stores. He talks about in that documentary that he spent about 20 years collaborating with these types of institutions, and he felt that one of his signature, or at least one of his proudest accomplishments, was helping to transform the grocery store itself and make it a much more... He had a way of talking about it in this documentary. There was a couple of words that totally escaped me, but essentially making it a more humane, navigable experience, that it was a more pleasant, the signage that he created, the wayfinding devices, making it just a more enjoyable overall experience. Now, that predates my own experience of going in a grocery store. I don't know what that was like before he came on the scene. And I'm sure the concepts he created have been taken and utilized and exploited by designers going forward in maybe, some might even say, sinister ways of making you, like we all know when you go in the grocery store and all you need is some milk and bread, they deliberately put those things as far apart in the grocery store, so you got to go to one side and then go all the way across, go through all these aisles, potentially doing some spontaneous shopping for things you didn't really think you needed before you came in. I'm sure some of Glaser's concepts were taken and kind of twisted a little bit for that very purpose. So just something I think is kind of fascinating, how there's always a way for those kind of corporate entities to kind of twist something clever and humane into something maybe less so. This is another thing. I remember looking at the Brooklyn Lager brand before years ago and thinking like, wow, that's kind of cool. But he made this in 1988, but yet you look at this and it feels like, man, this probably is a 200-year-old beer company, right? But the way that, this old-timey bee, it looks like it could be on a baseball team or something from the 1920s. Very kind of classic type of approach. And it's also kind of uneven, right? Just the way that that's designed is a little bit lopsided, but it works, right? Emphasizing this this area at the bottom of the logo, whereas it's kind of the least, in terms of a B, probably the least B part of the letter B that he's enlarged and turned into this kind of, what would you call that? Handwritten swirl or something at the bottom. I think that's brilliant. I love this. Like, art is whatever, and obviously it's highlighting the hat, right? He did a lot of work for the School of Visual Arts. He eventually became like the chair or the director of the School of Visual Arts in New York City, even though he graduated from kind of their competitor, Cooper Union, which I think is very funny. So, I mean, we're just looking at the School of Visual Arts' own website here. In 2009, he was given the 2009 National Medal of Honor during a ceremony in February 25th, 2010 by Barack Obama, then President of the United States, and became the first designer to be given such an award, which is kind of interesting that the National Medal of Art went, 100 plus years giving awards to painters and sculptors, probably illustrators too, but it wasn't until 2010 that a graphic designer was given that award. which says something about how design is often underappreciated in pop culture, even though arguably is maybe the most important thing in pop culture. But it goes to show how kind of relegated it has been. But also the fact that he was the first just shows us the general consensus of his influence within the graphic design and design industries. There's also, this is a really interesting kind of quote that's also mentioned in the documentary, is that he had a teacher who kind of took him aside at one point when he was in school and gave him this box of Conte. Conte is like a box of charcoal sticks, and said, like, here, do good work, and that should be the priority for an artist or a designer, that not become famous, not become rich, but do good work. And if you do good work, then good things, that the fame and riches and all that stuff will come along with that. And that sort of became kind of his motto. I think it's also the motto of Google, which is, I don't know if they abide necessarily by that motto as much as maybe one might hope they did. Let me see, just before I jump into talking about the poster, the Dylan poster, the subject of today's episode, I just want to see if there's anything else here that I want to bring out about his biography. Again, it's just like these images, of almost these psychedelic colors, the use of both photographs and drawing and early printing and printmaking methods that make his work so iconic that, even as technology increased, he continued to emphasize that kind of more handmade qualities that, you could see how maybe Monty Python, the work of, who was the American, Terry Gilliam, who later became an important director, directed a movie called Brazil, as our shout out to our friend Alex from Brazil, even though the movie Brazil, as far as I remember, has absolutely nothing to do with Brazil. But if you're a fan of British comedy and you've seen movies of Monty Python or the TV show, you've probably seen these animations that I don't know if Terry Gilliam knew who. He would. I'm sure he would have seen Milton Glaser's work throughout the 50s and early 60s. So the fact that Glaser is an early user of those types of images was, I'm sure, not lost on Terry Gilliam. Terry Gilliam. Okay, I do want to just take a quick look, let you know that there's a few, if you're really interested in the work of Milton Glaser, there's his own website, miltonglaser.com, of which there's lots of images, including posters and things of his. You can go to the store and support his legacy, as well as I'm sure his family gets the proceeds from that. There's an Instagram account for him, even though he passed away a few years ago, that continues to update and post new artworks by him on here. But just let me see if there's anything else of his that I want to make special mention of. Let's see if, I don't know if, there's just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of images of his. I love this one here, this poster for Juilliard, art, music, dance school in New York as well. I love this poster, this idea of that Juilliard could be a ladder to the sky and to the stars, to stardom, to creating things that have a huge impact, You know, stars are things that are seen by everybody, no matter where you come from, whatever gender or religion. Everybody sees the same stars, and that by going to this school, you too could become a star, right? You could be up there in the heaven, seen by everybody, right? I think that just there's a beautiful simplicity to everything that Milton Glaser did that again makes him so iconic. And if you look at design, again, Mad Men, the TV show, is a great example of this. They really show kind of the transition from kind of older design to the kind of new stuff that Glaser himself was one of the leading proponents of. How kind of muddy and overwhelmingly text-based everything was. You know, he comes on the scene and starts kind of taking things out, simplifying it, leaving lots of empty white space on his designs, more room for the eye. And because of there being, you know, you're reading a newspaper, just wall after wall of text, and then you turn a page, and it's just like one big, almost empty page with one or two little things on it. It's just like, whoa, that really jumps out at you, right? That's a Milton Glaser special right there. So there's tons of this stuff, but I want to let's come back to talking about, this is his website. Let's go to the Museum of Modern Art, where this is one of the major images as part of their collection. So we'll just kind of end here talking about the painting or image we're about to paint here in a few moments. So this poster he created for and of Bob Dylan was originally created as a poster that was included in the record. Remember records? Well, I guess more and more people know what records are. The LP of Bob Dylan's greatest hits. So let me just Bob. So some of you probably have this record. I mean, you may even have this poster sitting inside this album right now in your house. So this album was released in 1967. It featured most of Bob Dylan's early big hits, including some of the things he was created as he transitioned from folk musician into rock musician. And so the poster we're looking at today was included as, you know, as often would happen, sometimes on the back there of a poster like this, there would be the lyrics, etc. And so this was kind of a little bonus for fans. And so obviously it became quite popular when people opened up that record and played it and exposed Glaser to an even greater audience. This is probably his biggest breakthrough, I would say. Probably his first major masterpiece or biggest hit at the time. And I'm sure opened up all sorts of opportunities, because obviously not only did people would start to buy that greatest hits album just to get this poster, because it wasn't for years after the poster was originally released with the record that the demand for the poster outgrew the album. It became one of the reasons people, as I said, bought Dylan's greatest hits, because a lot of people who were Dylan fans already owned all of Dylan's records. I mean, he only had maybe 5 or 6 records out by the time the greatest hits album came out. And so, you know, there was people who were like, oh man, I want that poster. Ah man, I already got all these songs but man, I want to have that poster up in my house somewhere. So it wasn't until years after the album came out that they started actually just producing this album on its own for people who wanted just the poster itself. And over the years, there have been millions and millions. I think there was 6 million copies of the poster that were included in the album alone. And then I'm sure there's tens of millions more versions of this poster that have been printed since. Excuse me, let me just take a quick sip here. So, a couple of things about this poster that he used as inspiration were Okay. Let's go to the Metropolitan Museum's website. So one of the things that influenced him is this this self-portrait by the French-American artist Marcel Duchamp. We've done a couple of, or maybe 2 or 3 episodes on Marcel Duchamp. Probably the one that might be most familiar to people is the one of the urinal that Marcel Duchamp exhibited, as well as the figure walking down the stairs. Anyway, this is maybe a lesser known. This is if you're a Marcel Duchamp fan, you may or may not even be aware of this artwork. Duchamp did lots of different stuff, and so it is kind of, it's like, oh, how did, I mean, Glaser loved going to museums and art galleries, and so I'm sure this is again not one of the most famous Duchamp images of all. So where he saw it, that's an interesting question, but he might have felt more comfortable kind of being inspired by this image by the very fact that it is still to this day a lesser known Duchamp artwork. But he really loved the silhouette here. You can even see that the face is kind of positioned in a similar way, right? Both heads are kind of looking down as opposed to straight up, right? Often, there's a long history of these silhouette portraits, especially you go back into the 1800s. It would be very common. They would call them like shadow portraits. Somebody, you put a bright light or a candle next to somebody's face, then somebody would trace your shadow onto a black piece of paper, and then you cut it out and put it on a wall. Like, let's just shadow. Oops, that's. It's like we're going all the way back to 500 AD. You got like all of these, portraits of iconic people. I mean, that you think of Alfred Hitchcock, right? I mean, that's also a very famous silhouette. So he's kind of, again, remember I was saying, Milton Glaser really keys in on interesting things throughout art history and culture that he uses to and he brings back and reinvigorates with new energy. And that silhouette is also very, probably hadn't really, I'm sure other people were using silhouettes at that time, but he certainly, by creating such an iconic image, really brought that back. Another thing that Milton Glaser is renowned for, or certainly this image by Glaser of Dylan takes some inspiration from, is Art Nouveau. Now it looks like I'm looking at the French version of Art Nouveau Wikipedia page here, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it is a French term. Art Nouveau is really begins, and its main ground zero is in Paris. If you've ever seen, the subway stations in Paris. I was just in Chicago, and right across the street from the Chicago Art Institute, the main art museum, there is one of the subway stations has the iconic Parisian signage and architecture. I don't know why, but I was like, wow, that is odd. That's anyway, part of what Dylan is keying in on is this particular, let's see, we'll see it in the work, particularly of a few of the main proponents here. Alphonse Mucha, his use of these kind of serpentine swirling lines is not the best example of it. Let's see. Yeah, you start seeing that, in the fonts, right? This also very outliney type of painting. We're going to be doing a Mucha painting next month if I can get back on my schedule. And so I'm a huge fan of Alphonse Mucha. And so we see that also appearing in this artwork as well. But also in its own way, like this, it's funny, like, I'm like, well, this doesn't really look like the Art Nouveau like Mucha did. It looks very 60s, like very psychedelic. And then as soon as you say it, you're like, but he's kind of, Milton Glaser's kind of responsible for that look that we now identify as the 60s. So that's what's so wild. Like, Milton Glaser's influence in pop culture is so pervasive that what we kind of, we might say, oh, he looks like he's definitely very 60s. It's like, or the 60s look very Glaser, right? Because of the outsized influence that one person had on pop culture back then. I mean, arguably, Milton Glaser had a bigger influence on the look of the 60s than, almost anybody I can think of. I mean, maybe, like you're talking about, like, who are some of the biggest image makers of the time? You have, well, maybe Peter Blake and the Beatles, Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein. I don't know, list. I mean, there's a big list, but we're talking, he's right at that top of most. And his work also obviously carried great importance, especially in advertising throughout the 70s, particularly the 80s and even early 90s, I think were his kind of high watermarks. Okay. Just before I move on, just, after, towards the, again, you can see there's lots of stuff he did in the area of typography beyond just logo design. Like, he designed the logo for DC Comics. I mean, if you've bought a comic book over the last 50 years, you've probably bought, like, if you bought a Batman or Superman comic since the early 80s, this logo was smack dab right on the top left corner or bottom right hand corner, depending on where you bought it from, right? That's a Milton Glaser design. I mentioned here, this is the school that he went to when he redesigned the logo for his old high school, LaGuardia Arts. He says in the documentary, it's the only school whose name you can sing. La. and I'm sure that probably, I mean, I don't know anything about music scales or anything, but, you tell me if that's the typography or the way it's laid out actually is, somehow lines up with musical notation. I don't know. Anyway, long story short, Milton Glaser dies on his 91st birthday of stroke and renal failure. An exceptional person, a great designer, great artist, really beautiful person. His wish to, as I paused right here, I think one of my favorite parts, he's talking about Lewis Hyden's book, The Gift here, but just this idea that the importance of art and that art brings people together, art is a way of communicating, and he talks about how where there's no art, there's war. And, that's something that's really important to me, being Ukrainian, and thinking about how, the more art we make in the world, the more we bring our world, the human race closer to peace, right? So, yeah, I'm a huge Milton Glaser fan and lover of his work, and I hope that this little introduction here, it helps to introduce you to him as well. Wow, I haven't been talking that long. Oh my goodness. Okay. let's move on. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, lots of comments there in the chat. Okay, Alex says, I love Monty Python. And Deborah says, so does Rick and me, Alex. Monty Python is what brought us together. Oh, really? That's a cool story, Deborah. How did Monty Python bring you two together? Is it watching a show or seeing them live or going to see the movie on your first date or something? That's super cool. Okay. I think we're ready to move on to the next step here. So typically what I do is a little bit of an underpainting. But because of the nature of this work, I don't think I need to do that. This is such a strong graphic image, and not like graphic violence, but like graphic design, where the image is simplified purposefully to the point where I don't think I need to do any underpainting. So the next step would be to do going into the background. And technically, when we look at this painting, there isn't really a background or a foreground. It's very flat, right? Meaning that there, it's not like there's mountains in behind Bob Dylan there, or a flower in front of him. Everything is very flat, kind of like a logo, which is how, this image kind of functions in a similar way. It becomes super iconic, instantly recognizable. Every detail that is not important has been stripped away to the point where all we have is his silhouette and the kind of fun swirls in his hair. So, in terms of background, potentially when I painted this off yellow, kind of unbleached titanium color there, that I was even thinking after I did it, maybe I should have just called that my background. But, so for here, I guess, how could I break this up? I think maybe just the way that I'm going to work on this painting, I will consider maybe painting the colors in the hair and maybe the Dylan nameplate at the bottom. Let's call that our background, just for organization's sake there. So, Confused Turtle says, you have a nice voice. Thank you, Confused Turtle. Hopefully my voice can help reduce some of the confusion that you, Tortoise, may have. So, okay, so let's take a look at these colors and try to figure out how to reproduce these colors. Because obviously we could go to our art supply store and spend a lot of money and buy each of these colors as different tubes of paint. But this episode might be really good for someone who's just learning how to mix colors. Because let's see how close we can get to. Not that getting the right color is really that important. Again, I want to emphasize that perfection shouldn't be the guiding goal of making any artwork, especially not this. I think that would upset Milton Glaser if that was your goal here. I think trying to get close, if we can paint a pink that's kind of like this pink and then kind of one of this kind of a bit of bleached out turquoise and stuff, I think that might be satisfying for people. So, and we're going to, well, I was going to say, I'm going to leave all of the white in the hair white and just leave it the same color as my background, which I created here. But I could also paint it white. I don't know. Well, you let me know in the comments. Should I leave the hair just untouched? The areas that are quote-unquote white in the image you see there, should I leave them just plain, let this kind of eggshell color come through, or should I actually paint them white? I'm going to leave that decision to kind of very near the end for now. So let's stop. I'm going to start in the top left corner and go for these different blues. So maybe the first thing I can see here is we've got this kind of darker blue here, and that's definitely a warm ultramarine blue, right? So that's like our basic warm blue. So let's just start with that. Often when I do these episodes, I put all of the colors on the palette, and I probably will need to do that at some point here. But I'm going to see, we'll see if I actually do need, as I'm looking at this, I think I will need all of these paints to some extent, but let's see if I don't need to put that paint on my palette, I'm not going to do it. So let's see how long I can get away with not using them. Another thing too, I'll come back to this, is it because I'm going to put some black outlines on here. I'm not decided yet whether I want to use a Posca pen yet or paint them individually with a brush. But because I'm going to do some outlining, dividing between these colors, I can be a little bit sloppy with my application of paint. In fact, it's probably a good idea to go at least up to and over top of my lines that I've outlined here, so that there aren't any little gaps between the black and the colors. Okay, so the hardest thing, I think, at first for me is just being able to find what color goes where. And it won't surprise me if you're doing this painting at home that you might make a quote-unquote mistake or a happy accident, right? And you might, let's say, accidentally paint this blue where this kind of crimson red is supposed to go. I would not say that that is the end of the world. I think life will be able to continue on regardless. So if you make a mistake here and there, be gentle with yourself. Okay, so the next thing I'm trying to decide here is what brush to use. And I've got hundreds of brushes in front of me, and of different shapes and sizes. So I'm going to be painting in all of these little swirls, and there's two things to kind of keep in mind. Obviously, using my smallest brush makes some sense, because using a small brush will allow me to do all these little details, and so makes sense. Use the smallest brush you got. The thing is, though, when you use a small brush, you're more likely to see the every brush stroke. And when we look at the original, it's very flat. There's no painterly qualities about this painting at all. It's very iconic in its flatness. It looks like it was printed because it was, right? So question would be, do we want to make this look like a print, or do we want it to look more painterly? Do we want to see those brush strokes in there? So sometimes using the smallest brush you have, while it might give you more accuracy, might introduce a more painterly quality, which again is not necessarily a bad thing, but something to kind of keep in mind. So I think what I'm going to do is I might start with my smallest brush and get into some of the little nooks and crannies, and then potentially go back over top of it with a little bit of a wider brush, just to kind of smooth out the texture so that I get a bit more of a flat, solid color. So, in fact, let's zoom in here. Okay, this is gonna have a hard time focusing on that, so I was looking for my outline. There we go. So let's just do this. Make sure that's in focus. Beautiful. Okay. So as I said, let's go up to the top left corner here. So we've got 1, 2, 3. One thing I like about having put this lighter, this kind of eggshell color over top of the yellow, or even over top of the blue, or over just plain white canvas, is that it also kind of has muted my pencil lines a little bit. Now, depending on how much white you put in there, you could accidentally kind of obscure more of the pencil lines than you wish. So it's something that's takes a little bit of practice to kind of become familiar with. But, you know, like as I'm doing right here, I'm kind of expanding over top of those pencil lines a little bit. And maybe because I was a little sloppy or impatient or rushed when I painted those lines, hard to say, maybe all of the above. So, you know, as I do this, notice how because I'm using the smaller brush, the paint, I guess it's not showing up on camera quite as much as I'd like, but it's a little bit inconsistent. Some areas are a little bit darker or lighter than others. And that's because I'm using this little brush to paint it. It's the same way that, you know, if you've ever painted, I don't know, your bathroom or your kitchen, and let's say you used a brush to get into the corners or around door handles or something, and then you use a roller for the rest of it, you've probably noticed that the rest of the wall looks nice and beautiful and consistent, and then the areas in the corners and around the door handles kind of look a little sloppy. You can see kind of the way that you went around, and then so you might have to paint that 2 or 3 times because the roller is applying lots more paint all at once and getting a nice even texture or coat, versus when you're using a brush, it tends to be a little bit thinner, and you can see all the brush strokes more clearly. So it's the same sort of thing when we're making a painting. Now, at the moment, I don't mind how that looks. I'm going to move on from that, even though it's maybe not as solid as the original here, because first of all, I want this to dry. If I was going to do a second coat, I want that to dry. And then also, depending on how the rest of it goes, I might be totally fine with it. I might be like, you know what? This is a painting. Let's embrace the painterly qualities of a painting rather than trying to deny them, right? Or I could go, you know what, I really love the print quality of the original. I'm going to go over this and paint it a few more times, or at least once more, to get a more even, solid, less painterly quality there. So let's do just that. Let's move on and come back to it a little bit later. Okay. Next step is going to be to find, where's this other one? I think it's here. It's always a good idea, just before, you know, as my previous history as a carpenter told me, you measure twice, cut once. So is that in fact the right area here? Let's look for other things. It looks like there's this little circular area right above it. So yes, I think this, in fact, let's move this over. Oh, where are you going? The print is going. Oh, come on. There you hold your horses. Okay. So here's where I'm going, right? If anything, this area also actually appears a little bit darker than the previous one. And I don't know if that's just the way it appears, or the print defect, or it appears slightly darker because of the colors surrounding it. right? Every color appears differently depending on the colors that are adjacent to it. Okay, let's do this other one. We've got how many? We've got 1, 2, and then 3. Pretty sure this is it, but let's just double check before we commit to it. Yes, it looks like it kind of... So let's... And I know I'm a broken record about this kind of stuff, but even if I did make a mistake here, first of all, if I'm quick on it, I could get a cloth that's just barely damp, and I could wipe it away. Again, you got to be quick on it, and you got to be careful not to over clean, or you're going to wipe the this kind of eggshell color all the way down to the Imprimatura, maybe even down to the white of the canvas itself, which wouldn't necessarily be too bad of a thing. Maybe you end up going like, wow, actually the way I kind of scrubbed in there, kind of cool. Oh, it really looks kind of vintage. It looks like there was a poster that was torn off the wall. Okay, liking that. Where's the next one? Let's see, how many more blues like that are there? Looks like I just got this one right by the ear. So, just gonna make sure we're in focus here. Okay, so again, we've got pink, light blue, and dark blue here. So, you know, currently, I don't mind how that looks. It does, they are very transparent though. I can see these brush strokes. So at the moment, this looks like a painting. Which, you know, yeah, your painting looks like a painting. Very sharp observation, Michael. But again, that doesn't necessarily, we can make a painting that doesn't look like a painting, right? And sometimes people go out of their way. Sometimes people make a painting that looks like a photograph, right? And that's sometimes the goal of some painters. Ari is going to bed. Have a beautiful day, everyone. Good night, Ari. Gamers Bro says, I am here today just to see Michael, sir. I am learning from his beginner tutorial lecture of 2020. I'm from India and glad to find a tutorial like that. Oh, so cool. Hello, my friend. Nice to see you in the chat. That's so cool. I love that you're painting or you're drawing from those classes all the way over in India. What, it's got to be like, what, 3 in the morning over in India right now? That's so cool. Cool. And you know, I love this community. Everyone wishing each other good night, good morning, welcoming people to the group. I'm so lucky to be part of this community. Oh my goodness, I'm so blessed. Okay, so I think we've got our initial layer of blue here. Do I want to do the second coat now? Let's move on. Remember I said let's see. So before I make any judgments and start overworking things, let's move on to, let's go, since I got blue still on my brush, let's do the other blues here. So to me, this looks, well, let's do a test. I think, and we can place bets on this if you like. To me, this blue looks like a warm blue with some white in it. But I'm always open and always excited to be proved wrong here. So let's just take a look. Let's take some white and blue, mix that together. Okay, let's think about that. There's one blue. Now let's take let's take some more white, not a different white, same white. Take some of our cool blue and mix this there. Okay, if you remember, what color did it look most like? Does it look more like our cool blue? Or that's our cool blue and this is our warm blue. Well, I don't know about you. To me that looks like a, let's see if we can get that right over here. So to me, this looks more like our warm blue. So that's warm blue. And that's our cool blue. Right, so one of the features of a warm blue is that it kind of feels like it's already moving towards purple. Right, because a warm blue has orange reddish pigments inside of it, which is one of the features of a warm color, versus a cool color has bluish or greenish qualities. So having said that, you know, if someone was to use that cool blue, if I bring this back up again, you know, that could look pretty cool. I could see someone saying, you know what? I know, Michael, you're saying we should use the warm blue with some white in there, but man, I love that electric cool blue. That would be cool, right? So I encourage, I'm showing you the results, and then you can make your own decision as to how you want to approach this painting. Because if you feel like yours would look better with that cool blue, then I think you've just answered your own question as to what you should do here. So I'm gonna try to go as close to the original as possible because I know how to do it. But again, if you're just starting painting, and let's say you just like, oh, I did it wrong. I don't think you've done it wrong. You've just done it differently, right? So you mix the color that makes most sense for you. One thing I will do, however, is I'm going to mix a bigger batch of this so that I can be relatively consistent. So I'm going to take a bit more white here and take some of this blue. That way, because I've got a bunch of areas here that need this same color, so rather than trying to mix it and get it exactly the same 5 or 6 times, it'll be a lot easier to do a bigger batch once. And in fact, I'm just going to quickly look at and just see how many we got. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that sounds like a lot, but you can see some of them are really small. So I think the amount of paint that I've mixed up here is going to be enough. Just make sure it's all nicely mixed together, because there is some more white on this brush. It's kind of nice when it's nice and consistent. Okay. Now, this color should have less issues of trying to, of seeing individual brushstrokes. If indeed you think that that's an issue. The reason why is because this color contains a lot of white in it. And that white will make the color more... Oops, that's a bit too much paint on there all at once. The white is... how do I say it? White is the most opaque color. The color that is least transparent. So that means if I add white to a color, it's we are very unlikely, or depending on how much white I suppose you could say, but the more white we add, the less brush strokes you'll see, the less transparent it'll be. And that's why these blues here, we can see the brush strokes, individual brush strokes, because there's no white in there. Oh, fret. Okay, give me a second here. Forgot to plug the camera in. So weird. Every time I do that, I'm just going to show you. You can see. So the overhead camera, the color will look like the, which is on the right there, will look like the one on the left here in a few minutes. I don't know why. It needs to kind of warm up a little bit. It's going to take a second. So those canvases will look totally inseparable here in a few minutes, but at the moment it's a little bit darker, so let's see if I just brighten it up. Oh, you can see it's already starting to get closer. Okay, I think that's good enough for right now. There's always so much going on behind the scenes here, technology-wise. Sometimes I'm amazed to get this thing off the ground to begin with. Never mind the fact that the system that I use to do these episodes is the company. Well, the company still exists, but they've stopped making and supporting this equipment. So, it makes things difficult. If I run into a problem, it's not like I can just call customer service, because they don't return phone calls anymore about this product. So, I mean, I have, I invested about $3,000 into the system, or maybe more than that, probably. So it is disheartening to have that happen. But, I've been doing this at least once a week for almost 4 years now, and everything's still mostly running well. But those of you who've been with me for a few years have been on board for a few weird glitches where the stream is cut out or weirdness, so technology. So, if you're painting this, if this is one of your first paintings you've done, I think probably the most difficult part of making this painting would just be the brush control, about trying to paint, quote-unquote, inside the lines. And it's something that even experienced painters struggle with. And you know, it's also why some artists don't do this type of painting. They're just like, ugh, I don't have the patience to do all that small little line work. I want to be like Jackson Pollock. I just want to fling paint all over the place. And I don't think you should have to apologize for that. You know, not everyone has the patience for this type of work or time. So, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's no reflection, negative reflection on your personality or anything. It just means that you've actually been observant or self-aware enough to be able to make that observation about your own self, which I think actually says a lot of very positive things about you. Okay, I think that's the next one here. And so if you're trying to do this and you find yourself going way outside the lines and you're trying to erase and fix things, my suggestion would be to, you know, well, maybe instead of trying to fit it all, let's say this line into one of these little wormy shapes, you know, expand it to 2 or 3. You don't have to be confined to one lane here. You can make them wider if that's what accidentally happens, or if you feel compelled to make them a little bit wider. And to be honest, even somebody who owns this poster, has it up on their bedroom wall and looks at it every night before they go to bed, if you were to double the width of these little snake shapes, I don't know, it might be something that not everybody catches. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if that did happen. You should, like, I thought there was something different about that, but okay, that makes sense. Okay, so you can also see, even though there is, you know, a lot of white, more white in this color than blue, it's still looking a little bit patchy. All right, so if I don't like that, that just means I have to do a second coat. Of this paint. Oops. Okay, so there's a mistake. There's my first little boo-boo. I was going to try to force a mistake earlier so that I could show you how I clean up, and then I was like, you know what? I will probably make a few mistakes anyway, so I'll just let them happen. Okay, so I just wiped that away, and now I'm just going to add a little bit of just slightly damp water on my rag here, and just gently clean that off. And voila, gone. Now I don't want to, I was really being very delicate there. Like, imagine you're cleaning your kid's, you know, an eyelash off a baby's cheek or something, right? You're just kind of gently kind of wiping it away. You're not scrubbing into that surface, because if you do that, you'll scrub away the paint. And even if you are being gentle, but you work on that area, scrub gently for a minute or so, even then you'll reveal the yellow and possibly the white gesso underneath all of this. So to clean a little bit of paint off like that, the first thing is you got to be kind of quick about it. So just put that brush down, take a deep breath, get a cloth or a rag. That's why it's always good to have, you know, those cleaning materials nearby. Like, I can't tell you how many times, like, when I'm teaching in person and, you know, you can hear the yelp of like, oh no, I come, whoa, what's wrong? Look at this, I made this mistake. Oh, just take your rag and clean off. And like, I don't have a rag. Like, really? You sat down to paint and you don't have any cleaning material handy? That's pretty risky. It's like jumping out of an airplane without a parachute. And even if you're trying to be a little bit messy and sloppy, it's nice to have a rag just to kind of clean your tools off every now and then, so you can have like a really nice, precise tool to use. Okay, now it's interesting because, so here's an example. Are these the exact, these two light blues, are they the same or are they different? You know, it's hard to tell. It's the reason why it's kind of hard to tell is because those two colors are adjacent to different colors. Like, so, you know, when I look at this, my eye says that, let's see, how do we name it? So my eye says that this color on the right is darker than this color here. I would, however, be extremely surprised if they are different. I would say it's an optical illusion, that this color appears to be darker because it's surrounded by two white colors. So those whites, if you put any color next to a white, it's going to look pretty dark because white is, you know, white, right? And very, very light. So whereas this color, it's surrounded by a pink, which itself is pretty light, but also next to this dark blue. So that's going to make this blue appear much lighter because it's next to two relatively dark colors. So I think it's an optical illusion. So I'm going to paint the same color in both locations, and I think at the end of the day, it's going to that's going to be the right choice. But it goes back to what I was saying earlier about, you know, colors appearing differently based on the color they're next to, because all color is relative. So I'm having a hard time deciding whether I want to do a second coat here. I mean, probably will. I probably will do a second coat. But if I was in a hurry and just wanted to kind of get this done with as quickly as possible, I think just doing one coat would probably be good enough. One thing, too, to just track is even if you do a second coat, is ideally keeping the paint relatively low texture. Like what I'm doing right now is I put a big glop of paint on there, and I'm just going over just to spread it out a little bit, because I'm planning on using either a Posca pen or black on my paintbrush to paint lines in between these lines. And if there's a lot of texture here, that's going to make it really hard. And because that little pen's got to go up and down all these peaks and valleys, and it could really make this painting look kind of terrible. If there's a lot of texture and I'm trying to draw or paint over all that texture, unless I try to kind of incorporate it into my painting and kind of factor that in, it might look really messy, clumsy. Yeah, so here, do I want to just leave that blank? I might be painting that hair white. I don't think I'll make a decision until I've got... I'm probably going to start painting the black in and then make that choice. But I mean, it would definitely make it different because we'd really see quite a you know, I could even leave this here and paint some of the stripes white and keep some of them like the I guess you might say the paper color. That could be cool. That would be a lot more me taking more ownership over this artwork, though, because I'd be making a very different, well, not very different, but it would be a different than the original. So, Kathy says, happy to be starting with the hair. I love using tiny brushes. Alex says, I'm still learning English, though blue is sad as emotion, but its color makes me happy. I learned something wrong? Oh, interesting. Well, so, yes, there are... how does it... Okay, there are some people and even some research that suggests that certain colors evoke certain emotions in people. So, for instance, there is a belief that blue is a sad color, and that it also makes people calm and quiet. So often in hospitals, they'll paint the walls blue because people find that, or there's a belief that it makes people more relaxed. Versus red is seen as like an angry color, or that it makes people anxious. So that's why you don't see any red walls in a hospital, because they don't want you to feel anxious. They want you to feel calm, right? And so those are there, and there's been studies that people have done about this that suggest that those things are pretty true. Same sort of thing that people say that yellow might make people feel ill, right? So they tend to kind of avoid yellow. Or it makes people stressed and anxious again. I don't know if that's true or not. Personally, like yourself, I think blue is my favorite color. I love blue. I especially love baby blue. I don't see me wearing it, but it's one of my favorite colors to wear around. And I don't wear blue because I'm feeling sad. I wear blue because I love that color, and it actually makes me feel good about myself and happy. So, yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with you, Alex. I think, having said that, some people would say, because I mean, I have friends who've painted their bedrooms red. Now, would I say, maybe the red that we've got here might be maybe more appropriate than a bright, blood red, or fire engine red. This is kind of a little bit more subdued. This would be a pretty dark color to put in your bedroom, But, you know, I've seen like museums and art galleries often will use, they might paint the walls black or deep red, just like that. And sometimes that can look really nice. It kind of has almost like a velvety kind of quality. And that, you know, generally they're not trying to stress you out when you're in a museum. They might want you to feel like, oh, this looks very expensive and reverential. So at the end of the day, I think color affects each one of us differently. And that's a good thing. I think it's good that everybody has a different emotional reaction to color. I think if everyone reacted the exact same way to color, that could actually be kind of scary, because then I think we would see color really being used that way, you know, by authoritarian governments, you know, or in war, right? We would see, you know, an army would literally shoot big cans of paint at the opposing army in order to terrify them. Because if we really felt like bright red scared everybody and made them horrified, then tomorrow morning the Russian government would be launching cans of red paint at Ukrainian forces, right? Or the Americans would be supplying Ukrainians with gallons of red paint to toss at, you know. So it's possible that color has those kinds of effects on people, but I think it has different effects on different people. So, which again, I think is a good thing, because otherwise we would see that governments using color for very specific purposes, which might be in some ways very negative purposes. Alex says, I also love blues as music. Yeah, absolutely. Alex says, now I know why hospitals make me relax. Obrigado. Thanks, Kathy. Okay, so which color should we go to next? Again, I think I'm gonna let these colors dry a little bit. I want to get all of the colors on my painting, and then I'll make a educated decision about color, considering what we just talked about. Now, the next color here is we've got this kind of turquoise, right? So this color here, I think that color is now actually that's a cool blue and cool yellow with a little bit of white in there. So let's get some cool yellow on here. I think that's what it is. In fact, let's do another little test. It's always kind of fun to test these out. It's also going to make, obviously color, again, being relative, the color that I put down as my background color is also going to affect every color I put on top of it. So if we were painting this on a white canvas, these colors might appear a little bit different. Okay, so let's do another test. I'm almost positive this is a cool blue, but let's take our cool blue here and take our cool yellow, and let's mix that together, and we're going to get this bright green, right? Let's now take some white and mix that. Now let's bring that up. Oop. So I think we're pretty close to that color there. Maybe it could maybe potentially have even a bit more blue in it. Okay, so that's, I mean, I think that's the answer right there. But again, I said let's just do a little test out of curiosity. What would happen if we took our cool blue and a bit of warm yellow? Whoa, Very different combination of colors, right? Even if we put a bit of white on here. There we go here. Whoa, come on. There we go. All right, let's... You can see that this combination of colors, my cool blue and cool yellow, results in the color much closer to the original, right? And, you know, so I do that. I mean, I was 99% sure that I would get it right, that I knew it. But there's nothing wrong with doing a test of your own at home, right? Just because you look at a color and you can't immediately problem solve the answer just by looking at it, I will mix the color. I do it all the time in these classes where I mix the color and like, I don't think that's right. What have I done wrong here? And so I think, you know, I always say my brain is too small to be able to figure it all out in advance of doing it. I need to do it. Once I've done it, it's like, oh, okay, now I see it. Love that color too. I love teal. I think it's such a beautiful color. Okay. Today, okay, so tomorrow morning I'm teaching I'm teaching some summer classes at Emily Carr University where I teach. And I was thinking tonight, you know what? I'm going to do this painting tonight because it'll only take me a few hours and then I'll be able to focus on getting ready for school tomorrow. And then now I'm like, man, we are 2.5 hours in. And unless I really jump on the horse here, I'm going to be here for another 2.5 hours. But it goes to show that even though I've been painting for decades now, I still can grossly underestimate the time required to make an artwork. Like personally, I would much rather hand paint this entire image than use the Posca pens. Mostly not because I don't like Posca pens or I think it's cheating or anything, which I don't. It's just that the Posca pen looks different than paint. Kind of jumps out as like Posca pen, especially if you look at it from the side. And so, I mean, we'll see here how I feel in about another maybe hour by the time I get all of these paints painted in. But and by that time, if I'm tired or hungry enough, I'll be like, you know, let's just get the pen out and be done with it. Because painting all of these lines, that could take easily an hour or more to do. And, you know, it could take a lot longer if I'm really obsessed with creating very consistent lines. And, you know, just as I think about it, I'm like, you know what, I'm probably going to be using Posca pen here. Do I really have the patience to... That's a lot of lines in there. Considering I got a bit of a night ahead of me of prepping for school tomorrow. Probably makes sense. And that also might change. So if I want this to be really painterly, you know, it might make sense to paint. Let's say if I leave all of these in this kind of quality right now, it might make sense to hand paint everything because it'll look very handmade. Versus if I want it to look more printed, then I probably want to paint these again and then use the Posca pen. Because it'll just look sharper. Where are you going? Come back here. Okay, it looks like we just have one more. Okay, I thought there's way more of them. Okay. But it looks like it's this big guy right here. Looks like it's the thickest of all the lines. There's not many of them, but they're big, thick lines, so... Okay, so this might be one where I start with a small brush and then switch up to a thicker brush. Or a wider brush, I mean. Maybe, actually. Okay. Cool. Well, actually, you know, while we're right here, let's look at the color I did mix earlier. Look at how... So it's interesting, my instinct would have been to mix... Well, maybe it still is, although I'm just looking at this green here. To me, it looks awfully like my cool blue and my warm yellow together. I was planning on mixing it with these two colors. Let's do a little quick check here, double check. Okay, see, there you go. That's why it's, you know, doing a little test like that surprised me, because well, now that I look at it, I do see the warm yellow in that green. Okay, I am thinking I'm going to paint a I might as well. I think I'm going to paint a second coat, so I think I'm going to do it now before all this paint starts to dry. Chemist Mystery says, shout out, please. Hey, Chemist Mystery. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to go back. I'll let that dry. Let's, so I know I said, yeah, I'm going to paint this whole thing in, then I'll decide. I think I've seen enough. I don't mean that in a bad way. I've seen enough. I just mean I think... I have enough information here to make up a decision, which might be a different choice than other people might make, and that's totally fine. Even encouraged. I would love to see how it would look if somebody else did this differently and just maybe one coat and had a bit more of a painterly quality. Yeah, it just looks a little bit cleaner. I mean, it still looks a little bit brushy. I don't know how well that comes across on camera. In which case I could do a third and maybe fourth coat if that was something that really bothered me. But it doesn't really. Again, as long as it's good enough, then I'm happy. I'm not going to waste my life chasing after perfection, which is impossible. Right? And really, I mean, I think we'd all be very hard-pressed to think of a single human-made thing that is perfect. Right? Chemist Mystery says, thank you. You're welcome. You know, the example I always give is the Mona Lisa. People are like, oh, the Mona Lisa is perfect. I think we can all agree. Well, Leonardo da Vinci didn't think that. The author of that work was working on that painting for, you know, some people think even up to a few decades, or at least a decade and a half, 14 years perhaps. mean, I always use that example because everyone's seen the Mona Lisa, or not, maybe not in person, but knows what it looks like, so it's pretty easy to cite. You might say, oh, well, I don't know, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. Well, that's perfect. Well, if it's perfect, you hear musicians will reinterpret it in different ways and play a little faster or slower. Some people will play it using instruments that didn't even exist while Beethoven was alive. And to be honest, I don't even know did Beethoven do a Fifth Symphony when I think of Mozart? I have a couple friends who perform with the symphony orchestra here. It drives them crazy when I say things like that. They're like, I have explained this to you a dozen times, Michael. Yeah, and you'll have to explain it to me a dozen more times. It's like, I remember my dad trying to teach me how to do my own tie. He's like, you're not paying attention. I'm like, I'm gonna forget in 5 minutes. Like, it's just, no offense, but it's just, and I think I haven't worn a tie in a few years. But even then, if I was, I'd probably try it. I think I could probably do it pretty well. It's been, as I said, a few years, but if I wasn't able to do it, I guess I'm lucky enough to be able to go on the YouTube here, and I'm sure I'd find a million videos. In fact, I was watching a video maybe a few months ago that had like all these alternative ways to do a tie that I've never heard of or seen before. I was like, oh, this almost inspires me to go get a tie and just start trying to wear ties again. I mean, when I first started teaching at the university I teach at, I would wear a tie to school. Not because, well, partly because I have always looked much younger than I actually am. So I kind of, partly it was that. I kind of wanted to maybe look a little bit older so I didn't look like all my students. Because I had that a few times, I had when I first started, when I graduated from college, I was doing all sorts of like weird, odd jobs and stuff. One of which, not weird, but I was teaching in the public school system in Los Angeles, and more than a few times, I'd be like, I'd get to school and I'd be wheeling some art supplies down the hallway, or I'd go to the bathroom, and like a teacher or a principal would be like, hey, what are you doing? Where's your hall pass? I'm like, hall pass? I'm like, don't play stupid with me. You're not allowed to leave a classroom unless you have a pass. I'm like, I'm a guest teacher here. I don't, really? Yeah, I'm in my mid-20s. So being confused for a 15-year-old, 18-year-old kid was... Now, if someone was to confuse me with a 17-year-old kid, I'd be so flattered. Oh, yes, ma'am, yes. I'd probably just enroll in high school. Be like, yes, no, I am actually 18 years old. Yes, sir. try to redo my entire high school experience. So I'm not sure how well it comes across on camera, but you know, some of these lines, again, after my second coat of paint, still seem a little bit transparent. I think it's okay. Alex says, I think you wrote this a little while ago, my apologies. Alex says, if white is the fusion of other colors of the spectrum, why, when I combine all the colors, does it turn black? Is the difference between light and material? Senga says, I'm just back from the Stereophonics concert. It was brill. That's awesome. I'm a huge Stereophonics fan. That's awesome. That's cool. I don't know if Stereophonics ever really tour Canada. They're not as popular here in North America. I became a big Stereophonics fan when I was a student at the Royal College of Art in London. They were very popular there at the time. That was like 20 years ago. Have a nice day. Doot, 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 doot. Have a nice day. Do they play that song? But sorry, back to your question. Okay, that's a complicated question. It's the difference between light and material. So yes, for instance, on your computer monitor, that's I'm trying to remember which one's subtractive and additive. I think on a if you take light and you layer all of those colors together, they will create white. On the other hand, when it comes to material on a surface, if you layer all those colors, they're going to turn into black. Which, to oversimplify things, is the difference between color formats like RGB and CMYK. CMYK is the printing color spectrum, versus RGB is the colors on your phone or your computer screen. So color behaves differently if it's back illuminated versus reflective color. So like on your computer screen, that color, to be honest, I don't really know how a computer screen works. But the color is luminous. It's glowing from within. Versus like the color that I'm painting with right now, I perceive it because of the light bouncing off it, hitting my eyes. That's the short explanation of it. And to be honest, if you really pressed me to give you the long explanation of it, I don't know how much more detail I'd be able to get into than what I just described. Because I don't know. And it's funny because I have read dozens of books on color. And I'm really interested in color theory. I mean, that's how I arrived at the split primary palette that I'm using now. Not saying that I came up with it, but that's how I stumbled upon it. And it's my goal to really elevate it and popularize it, because I don't remember anybody ever teaching me this technique, this method, when I was a kid, when I was in art school. It wasn't until I started until I became a teacher myself, that, you know, when you start teaching things, you're like, well, I better know I have to know this more than my students. So I started kind of doing all this research and found the split primary method. I'm like, whoa, this makes so much more sense than everything I've learned in the past 30 years of art education. That is crazy. It makes things so much easier. And I was thinking about this the other day while I was teaching in person, is that it's like, well, why, if this method is so good, how come Leonardo da Vinci didn't use it? Explain that to me, smart guy. I mean, no one asked me that question, but I was just, it's things I think about, when I was, and it's really because these colors, just as they are, were never available to artists until relatively recently. And because these colors are all created in a laboratory, they're all, it's like McDonald's French fries or something, right? They're consistent. They're always going to be exactly the same, no matter where you buy these tubes of paint on Earth. They're all exactly the same. And that has only been, honestly, I don't even know how long synthetic pigments have been around. Maybe 30 years, 20 years. I mean, up until very recently, even acrylic paints, which are also, only maybe 50 years old in terms of commercial accessibility. I think they're about probably 100 years in existence, but really didn't get mass marketed until maybe the late 50s, early 60s. Like Andy Warhol was one of the first acrylic artists. And even then, it still took about until the 80s, until like maybe David Hockney to really popularize it. But and speaking of David Hockney, I think the reason why I was thinking about it is I was talking about him with my students. And I didn't mention this, but it was in the back of my mind, is that Hockney himself talks about this. So, just a quick little tangent. The Stereophonics are a band, not one musician, although it might be just one original member left. But okay, let's see. Is there a picture of his Great Wall here? Okay, I can't quite find it. I'm sure it's in this book. So, I'll just share with you. So there's this book here. This is one of my favorite books of all time. It's not maybe the most exciting book to read while you're sitting at the beach with a margarita or something, but it's been one of the most profoundly influential books in terms of my thinking. David Hockney, probably him and Yayoi Kusama are probably the two greatest living artists, certainly painters of our time, still alive. They're both in their 90s. But what's really, this book is all about him kind of talking about how mirrors and optics were used by famous artists throughout history. And what he did, I'm sure there's a picture in here somewhere where he basically printed out all of these pictures and put them up on his wall like this, like thousands of pictures on this big long wall in his studio. And he talks about how he's trying to prove that artists going back about 500 years ago started using these different optical devices to project images, basically to turn to make photographs before film, and that artists would project images onto a wall and then trace them and then make really photographic looking paintings. And he's like, why did all of a sudden in the mid 1400s we see this explosion of hyper realistic photographic art after thousands and thousands of years of very stiff, kind of like medieval kind of art, right? And so he's saying that it's using optics. And so people are like, oh, if you're so smart, how come nobody until you really figured this out? And he's like, well, first of all, it wasn't me. There's lots of documentation. That's what the back half of this book is, all of this letters and things from artists over the centuries. But he says, like, really until very recently, it was impossible for people to print out hundreds of pictures from artworks from all over across time and cultures, and to be able to pin them all on a wall and see them all together. Like, you know, unless you were super wealthy and had a printing press in your house, like, I don't know, Randolph Hearst or something, it would be impossible to do this. But now anybody can just download a bunch of pictures from Google Images or scan pictures from books, print them out on their inkjet printer at home, and have relatively high fidelity images. It's only been in the last maybe 20 years that was possible. So that's why he's talking about the reason why no one was able to really notice this is that that technology just did not exist. Fundamentally was impossible. And it's only now today, you know, in 2024, or when this was like 2007 or something, this came out, were people able to observe, or was he able to observe that, right? So in the same way, you know, the reason why this split primary palette has been, you know, not every artist, you know, in the past 50 years has been using it, is because it's only been in the last maybe couple decades where it was even possible to do it. So, you know, I'm really one of the first persons to really bring this, highlight this as a alternative method for painting. You know, I'm really talking about this for the first time out loud. Something I've thought about a little bit, and I'm not saying I want a pat on the back for it. It's just that I think I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Had I lived maybe 50 years before now, I would not be able to teach this method to people, because fundamentally was the materials, the paint did not exist. Okay, long story short, let's press on. Okay, I'm going to use, I gotta go a little bit faster here, otherwise I'm going to be here all night. I'm going to take this warm yellow, and it might not be exactly the right color. I think it's probably got a little bit of white in it, but I'm going to paint it directly out of the tube onto the canvas anyway. You know, if after doing this, I go like, eesh, it's a little bit bright. And I can always paint over it, add a little bit of white into a second coat. But I think because it's going to be a little bit transparent anyway, it's going to pick up on this eggshell background color, and that will kind of almost act as if I have added a bit of white into it to begin with. Okay, looks like that paint was not quite fully dry, but let's just plow ahead here. It's interesting, you know, as I'm painting this, thinking like, why did he not cover the whole thing with color? Like, he clearly made a decision to do maybe like 50% of the hair. Okay, this next one, I'm 90%, 99% sure it's just warm yellow and white, so I could do a little test here, but I feel a sense of urgency, so I'm gonna go with my instinct. I could be wrong here, this could be a cool yellow, but that looks like that's the right color, so if I was wrong, if it looked really strange, then I'd feel justified in going back and trying to remix it, but I think so this color looks, you know, barely visible right now on top of the kind of cream color that I've got. I'm not going to adjust it or anything, but I mean, potentially I could. I mean, you know, maybe if I paint a little bit more and go, you know what, I can barely even see that. I could make it darker or paint it a whole different color if I want. But at the moment, it's not causing me any undue stress. Yeah, Stereophonics are a band, like a Britpop kind of band that came on the scene about the same time as, like, well, I could be wrong. I would say Oasis and Blur, and they might have arrived a little bit later. In fact, are they Scottish? Now that I'm just saying it, I'm thinking maybe they're not English at all. Maybe they're Welsh? Maybe Welsh. Now I'm thinking. Somebody's like, well, it's about time you're thinking. How many episodes have I watched where there hasn't been any thinking over there at all? Do-dooms. Okay, I think that's good. Let's race on ahead here. In fact, maybe I'm gonna just give a little intertitle. Let's do. So I'm gonna continue putting down these colors, these little swirls in the hair. I've done my blues and greens and yellows, and I'm gonna do some reds. Ooh, jeez. A little drip of water right in the middle of the painting here. Okay, so oh, I remember I talked about that green and I mixed it and I forgot to actually paint it in there. Ah, how did I miss that? Okay. Well, maybe I've got that color. I tested it anyway. Let's paint that before I forget. Okay, so that was cool blue and warm yellow. So much for transitioning into my reds. Now this whole area is going to be black, so technically I can be pretty sloppy over here. I can just sort of go right over the lines, so I don't have to worry about making any of these lines really that precise. The one thing that might just sort of keep me from getting too sloppy, though, is obviously if I get, pretty wild, I won't know where the edges of where the black is supposed to go. So while I I have a lot of leeway on this side here, just where I put that little dash of red or green. I just want to remind myself and maybe anybody else that I may want to just be a little bit careful. Kind of like this, right? So I'd made this little mistake. I'm just going to get this little rag, a little bit of water on here. Let's find a dry part of it. I'll just let that dry while I get my reds in here. Okay. Now, I've got interesting reds and pinks going on. So I'm pretty sure let's squeeze some, oops, didn't need that much red. So I'm pretty sure what I've got here in those dark, oh, is that, okay, let me, oh, I do see, okay, there's different reds. Okay, so they all looked the same when I was, but this is closer to like a fire engine red. And then there's this red, which is much more of a crimson. Huh, okay. That's kind of unexpected. Okay, I did not see that. Again, showing how different color can appear at different times. This might be a little bit too intense, this warm red right out of the tube. But I think I'm going to put it in a couple places anyway, and then I'm going to mute the other one. So let's say this goes, okay, that is a little bit brighter. But I don't mind it. You can, if you've been with me for a while, you know that I kind of like my bright colors. But I don't know why, but I have Madonna songs in my head right now. I think it's because I just saw the passing corner of my eye. She was doing a concert somewhere. Somewhere on, who knows where it was. Like, maybe it was Brazil. Maybe that's what's like Rio or something. What is the song? Na 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 na. Romeo and Juliet. Cherish my down, da 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 down, 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 do 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 do. Sorry for putting a little earworm in everyone's head. Okay, I like those two bright reds. We're going to have to modify them later. Let's see what happens if we add white to that red. Okay, that's what I thought. Oops, so hold on, let's, well, actually, let's wait, before I do that, let's get a bit of cool red on here. So you can see the difference between different reds. Oops. So I have here, this is my cool red with white, and that's my warm red with white. My warm red with white, well actually, let me just see. So, okay, once again, my instinct was to use my warm red and white as opposed to my cool red and white. And I'm thinking I'm going to use my cool red and white. I did not, again, expect to do that. My, cool red and white has, has kind of like a hot pink quality. And when I looked at this, my instinct wasn't to say, well, that looks like hot pink. It was to think, well, that looks more like kind of a muted pink, a little bit warmer. But as soon as I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's totally cool red. So as I always say, I need to see it on the palette before I can make up my mind. It's also going to be like, whoop, hot, bright. How bright do I want to make it? The less white I put in there, the more intense that magenta is going to be. The hotter of a pink it would be. Which ironically, it's cool. It's a cool pink. Which why do people say hot pink when it's actually a really, when your pinkest pink is actually a cool pink, cold pink. One never, oh, come on, what's going on here? There we go. I hope you can't hear my stomach grumbling. I'm like, what is going on here? I thought I fed you before we began here. It's like I ate, an alien, like a Sigourney Weaver alien. Any moment now it's gonna just jump out. It's grumbling and growling and something's fighting to get out of my body here. That's right, that wasn't on camera, darn it. I just painted that little stripe there. Okay, you know what? I'm thinking to myself, you know what, Michael, this is dangerous painting this pink right next to that green that I just painted. It might smear. I'm like, no, let's... Then I'm like, you know what? You know what? I always tell people, blow dry it, and then you won't have any little surprises. So let's take my own advice. The one thing that always annoys me about painting small details is how I'm always having to dip my paintbrush back in the paint. So I end up doing things like I just did, of like putting a big glop down and trying to spread it out. The one problem with that, though, is sometimes, especially if you might start to push that blob to the edges, and then you end up getting these really tall ridges, like little walls on either side. And you know, that doesn't necessarily cause a problem until if you want to do any outlining, and then you're just like, how do you outline when you've got a big kind of ridge there? You kind of either have to try to outline right on the top of the ridge or on one side of the ridge. And that can be kind of tricky, because then you kind of sometimes go up and over, and then sometimes, especially if the paint is pretty thick, you might not even be able to see it clearly from one angle. So what do you think? Should I upgrade this painting in terms of the scale of difficulty from, I think I said a 1 or a 2? Should I be going to a 3 here? Do you think all of this fussing and little details puts it out of the realm of a beginner painter? I'd be super interested to hear what people have to say. Like, if you're a beginner and you look at what I'm doing right now, does this feel like, oh my goodness, I would never be able to do that, or I need years more experience? Or do you look at it like, yeah, okay, it just looks like a bit of a pain in the butt, but yeah, it doesn't look like it's impossible by any means. So what do you think? That's always the hardest thing, is when you do have a little bit more experience, trying to be able to kind of put yourself in the shoes of someone who's just starting out can be really tricky. And I think that's the hardest thing for teachers. Even when I've taken classes, because I like taking adult classes myself, you know, sometimes that's my most frustrating thing, is I'll be taking classes with someone who just sort of assumes that everybody already knows certain things, and I find myself getting lost. So that's why my sort of approach is I try to kind of be as, you know, speak to as many different levels as I can, so I don't lose people. But I know sometimes that means people who are a little bit more advanced are like, oh, this guy is just, I feel like it's an insult listening to him. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, even then, now I look at this and I'm like, you know what? I probably should have put more magenta in this color. This color looks too light. Doesn't look as hot pink enough. Do I want to make that darker? I don't know. So I do have to go back over that green here. I'll come back to that though. Let's get the other, I think it's the, well, I got basically just a couple colors. I got orange and the darker red to go. What should we do? Let's do the orange. I'm going to take my cool yellow and warm red. I'm really just using my warm red and cool yellow because just to save some paint. Basically, I'm just like, well, the oranges, there is a difference between a warm orange and a cool orange, but very, very subtle. And in a painting like this, I have no problem just selecting a different one because the difference is so minimal. there's a little bit more orange down here. I definitely have to do a second coat. The number of colors in here is actually surprising. I thought that there were, you know, maybe 5 colors tops, just because of the you know, older printing methods. So to see that there's actually maybe 10. How many do we have? We got one. Let's count on the original here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I've counted all of them. So I think, yeah, there's 10 different colors on here. So that adds, you know, that's more complex than I imagined. Just gonna blow dry this. Brandy says, I'm thinking with a second coat of pink, it would be pretty close to the original. I appreciate you teaching us about color mixing. Thank you. Thank you, Brandy. I really appreciate you saying that. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, definitely, you know, this pink looks lighter than it maybe actually is because, again, it's a little bit transparent and some of the background color is showing through, right? So that's going to lighten it up. I mean, I did put white in there, so that does make it more opaque, and so it has covered up quite a lot of that background. You know, and the way I look at it right now, I'm like, yeah, I actually kind of like it right now, just in terms of just on its own. But I do like me a good hot pink, again, even though it's technically a cool pink, but And the thing is, if I go for a bit darker of a pink, it'll probably be a little bit transparent. So I might have to do 2 coats of that pink. So I'm just, the lazy part of me is like, oh, I'm still so much to do. Do I want to rework a part that I've already done? Can't I just move forward? The truth again is I can. There's absolutely nothing forcing me to do any of this. I do like bright colors. Let's do the green and think about it. You know, I think all the time about, like, how could I do this faster? Is there a way I could do this like Bob Ross in half an hour? Any of these episodes? And the reality is I could. You know, it'd be fun kind of little challenge for myself to kind of put a timer on and see if I could crank one of these episodes out in 30 minutes. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to do any of the history, the biographies at all. The thing, though, would mean the finished painting would probably be pretty sloppy. Like, there's just no way to reproduce, let's say, this Milton Glaser painting in 30 minutes. I mean, you can see I can barely get one layer of one color done in 30 minutes. So the question would be, how can we make the paint more opaque so that I can do it in 30 minutes? Aha, that's the question, right? Well, there are, okay, so in order to get the paint more opaque, you basically either have to put white or black into it. Both of which are going to change the color fundamentally. That means modifying the value of that color, so it'll get lighter or darker. There are some ways, though, potentially, you know, if you're using like an enamel paint, like a sign painter's paint, that's this kind of special formulation, because often sign painters want to be able to do one solid fluid line and not have to repaint that whole thing. I want to do it all in one brush stroke. So those paints tend to be they're way more opaque. Now, I don't honestly know too much about enamel paint. I mean, it's a lot more like fingernail polish is what enamel is like. They tend to be a little bit more on the slightly, how would you, yeah, they're just thicker, slightly goopier. The other thing, though, about like enamel, those paints can be also kind of toxic. That's why they're harder to find these days. I'm sure they're still made, but you might have to take a little bit extra precautions if you're using them in the studio. Okay. My dark red. I suspect this dark red is my warm red. Oops, where are we? Plus a bit of warm blue. So what this gets me is a kind of that dried blood, kind of scabby kind of color. Dark crimson. The more blue I put in here, the darker it would get, and the more purpley it would get. So what I'm using is the darkness of that blue, rather than putting black into this paint. So I'll just show you the color. I'm trying to mix this color right here. And I'm pretty sure that that's the right mixture. Let's see. Yeah, you can see it's that's bang on. So I'm hoping that this color will make my pink look hotter, well, or cooler, depending on the way you want. Again, that I know I'm a broken record, but I just don't want to confuse people. But I want that, you know, intense pink. You know, I really like that in those hot pinks. What am I doing? Just clean my brush and put it right in the pink. I think I'm just shows you I can only do one thing at once. I can talk or I can paint. I mean, I can do both, but I think I need paint on my brush before I start talking. Okay, let's... Okay, I'm also expecting this color to be probably quite transparent, so I'll definitely have to do 2 coats of this. Oh, or maybe not. Well, I think yeah, I will. But you know, since I've pretty much decided I'm going to use Posca pens for this painting, and since I'm going to be doing a lot of Posca drawing, do I want to actually just use black out of the tube to paint Dylan's silhouette? I know, it's sacrilege for me to break out those black tubes of paint that I've got here. After saying that I can mix my own black. The reason why I'm suggesting that is, you know, when I mix my own black, it doesn't quite turn out pure black. And that's because, again, all of these paint companies, especially less expensive paint companies, add white into the paint to make it more opaque as a filler. And that means they'll never be able to mix a perfect black. It's always going to look a little bit lighter and a little bit more like a gray. Now, generally, you can't really notice it. You'll just be like, wow, that looks, you know, because it's often the darkest color. When I mix that color and paint with it, it's like, well, it looks black to me. It's not until you put an actual dark black next to it, you're like, oh, okay, no, that's black. So that's the thing, is if I'm actually drawing with a dark black, and then I mix my own black, paint it right next to it, it looks like, huh, why does that black look different than the other black? Well, technically it's a really dark gray. So I think I may end up using black out of the tube, which, you know, I don't know when the last time I used the black out of the tube. It's probably been about a year or more. I'd have to really think about it. When was the last time I used black straight out of the tube? I might have used it for a Mondrian painting we did. That's like maybe 3 years ago. None of that's on camera, Michael. How did I spend the last 5 minutes painting something you can't see? Great content. Okay. I'm gonna let this dry. While that's drying, I go back and paint my reds again. So painting a second coat of something almost always goes a little bit faster. I mean, I guess from a technical point of view, it shouldn't. It should take exactly the same period of time to make sure everything's evenly painted. But I'm not so, again, concerned with perfection. As long as it looks good enough, I'm going to be pleasantly happy. Remember, the majority of people are never, ever, ever going to look at it as closely, as intensely, and with as much focus as you are when you're painting. People, you know, the sad thing is, they've done studies of this. People look, you know, at famous paintings in museums, you know, that are, you know, renowned all around the world for about 4 or 5 seconds tops. If that. Sometimes people just walk on by. Or they spend most of their time reading the label. Right? So if you can get someone to stop for even just an extra 5 seconds looking at a painting, that's a huge win. So worrying about perfection is, I think, both a waste of time. It's a waste of time because I don't think it's worth your time, but it's also a waste of time that the vast majority of people are just never going to give it that much attention to even notice. Okay. Are we... So I think I'm almost at the stage where I can start painting some black. Okay, so a few things I'm looking at is my hot pink. I'm going to go over that red again. Is the hot pink, does it need to get more pink? And I got this down here. Now this looks like my color that I used, this dark red, but also with a bit of yellow in it. So it looks almost like a bit of a combination of my orange, which is a little bit unusual. Again, there's way more colors in here than I expected. So maybe... Okay, I'm going to blow dry this so that I can move on. I don't know if I mentioned before, but my 4-year-old daughter, she loves chewing on things. And on occasion, I catch her kind of gnawing on the side of my paintings. She just loves getting at odd textures. She loves the feeling of tearing at things with her teeth. I think she was or thousands of millions of years ago a raptor or something. Like from Jurassic Park. And it's funny to me, some of my paintings now have little bite marks on the side of them. Which I could imagine, you know, being upsetting for some people. For me, on the other hand, I find it super adorable. And I can't wait till she gets older and be like, see these little bite marks on the side? That's you. You were chewed. No, I didn't, Dad. I never chewed on your paintings. Well, how do we explain these little tooth marks here? You think I chewed on my own? Yes, you probably did. You're so stupid, Dad. I mean, I suppose if she tore all of the main part of the painting off, I might be a little bit bummed out, but I've always kind of really thought about paintings as objects, which always really put me at odds with some of my teachers, especially when I was in graduate school, who hated that. They were more, because painters often tend to be less about the materiality or they want to think about them as, they often talk about like the effects of color, kind of like what we were talking about earlier about is blue a sad color kind of thing. Whereas I always talk about paintings more as like a relic of an activity, like a performance. Which is one of the ways some people talked about Jackson Pollock's paintings as sort of residue of a dance. Which I don't know how Pollock felt about that, but that was like sacrilegious to like people like Clement Greenberg, the kind of main writer, advocate, kind of behind the abstract expressionist movement. Sorry, my big head in the way there. Okay, that looks better. Oh, pink, I think I need to make you darker. Let's get some more white. Yeah. So that's noticeably darker. And I'm probably going to have to do a couple coats of this, perhaps, depending on how things go, but That's better. Okay, we'll see how that dries. It won't surprise me if it gets a little bit more transparent as it slowly dries. But actually, I think it looks darker or more solid than I was expecting. It does help that the color, there's a pink very similar to it beneath it, so that if there is little gaps, it, you know, as opposed to there being like, I don't know, green or something underneath that color, it would really kind of stick out. Yeah, I'm happy that I've got this little bit more intense pink going on. I felt like that kind of the previous one was a little bit muted, which is what happens when you add white to a color. I think we always think of like when you add white to a color, it really lightens it. Well, it lightens it, but it also turns it into a pastel, so it desaturates the color. And, you know, if that's what you want, great. You know, the Impressionists were all about having relatively pastel colors because they were trying to get this really bright, like the you know, kind of like what we were talking about before with, you know, having that luminous RGB kind of quality. Everything seemed to be lit from within. I always suspect that flashing light has to do with like somebody's garage door opener across the street or something. It's just like... they have no idea what they're doing. The one thing that adding this color does have unintended side effects in that now my orange feels pretty dark. And it was dark before, and I noticed I didn't mention it, but I was thinking, oh, that's a little darker. But it seemed to work okay because it was right next to the pink, which was lighter. So I was like, okay, well, at least one of them is right, and they kind of balance each other. But now the pendulum is swung back in the opposite direction. So as I suspected, now that looks a little, well, looks a little bit patchy. I'm just going to blow dry that, see if that goes away. I think I'm getting a bit of a headache here. I don't know if it's from too much or too little caffeine. I think I've had maybe a bit too much caffeine for today. Okay. Brad Frustalgia Gaming. Frustalgia? Bad, let's just say Bad Gaming. Never knew he did live sessions. I'm generally here live every Tuesday evening. For the past 4 years, been doing this. So welcome. Feel free to tune anytime. Grab some paints and join me and paint along. Okay, let's do another intertitle here. I'm gonna do almost ready to do black. I just want to do I think the last thing is the color of the Dylan text at the bottom down here. So what color should that be? Let's take a look. Start out full. So again, I think it's an orange with a little bit of my darker red in here. Like, is that color here the same color as down there? You know, it might be a little bit darker, but I think sticking with my orange that I mixed here might be a good idea anyway, because if it gets too dark, it's not going to show up very well surrounded by all that black. So I'm going to take the same orange I had from before. I just added a little bit more paint just to, so I have enough to do this. My instinct is just to, oh, sorry, here. My original instinct is just to be like, well, let's just smear that, but then I might lose all those lines. So let's just see. Oh, you know what? The main thing is I just don't want to have any ridges anywhere along these outer edges, because that will show up. Let's blow dry that. Mr. Bad Gaming says, I watched your beginner's course playlist. It helped me so much. That's so cool. I'd love to see what you've been up to since you did the course, or how you're using all of that knowledge. Is there things that you're creating? Join our Facebook group and share your work. Get some encouragement from others to keep making more work. Link is down there below. No one's selling you or selling your information or anything. It's all above board. Don't have to do it, but if you're interested in joining that community, that's okay. I think I'm gonna blow dry it one more time. It does look still a tiny bit patchy. My only worry here is that this area around here is going to look, if I paint this black, it'll look normal. And then as it hits here, it's going to look kind of strange because it's going to look a little bit smoother because there's a couple of layers of paint underneath there. So that's probably what's going to happen. But, so, you know, what are you going to do? I could have sat here and painted that just like I did the hair. 20 minutes later I'd be done, whereas here 3 minutes later I'm done. So we can all, maybe when I finish that area, we can take a look and just see, like, was it worth it? Do I notice a difference? Should I have done it differently, or was doing this a little bit faster, did it just save me time? So we won't really know. Okay, so there's our painting as it exists right now before any black arrives on the scene. So I can imagine, you know, when you're painting a painting like this and you see this, it's just like, oh man, this feels like so far from being done. You know, there is definitely work to do, but we're getting pretty close. The main thing I'm now asking myself is, where does the black end? I think in his original one, obviously it's a much more narrow. So I think, if I recall, the black goes all the way to this edge and stops, because this is on the very edge of the poster. Now, of course, I've got a whole bunch more area here, so does it make sense for it just to end right here? Does it make sense to, I think, you know, as I've created it in the PDF or the image you're looking at, I actually erased the black there and moved it up here, but I still now have this big border around there. Man, I don't know. I mean, I could keep all of this and then have the neck and shoulder just black and just do this. I don't know. I'm just gonna grab a Tylenol because I've got starting to be like a migraine developing here, and it's making it a little bit difficult for me to focus. So if you don't mind giving me just 2 minutes while I run to get that. Okay. Where do I... How do I solve that problem? Okay, so I'm trying to think of, where does the black end? If all this is black, goes up here. He solved that by just having these curls extend to the border. Now I could do the same. In fact, the one thing about, so I'd have to put, what, 1, 2, 3 rings of hair all the way to the edge. I probably have to go all the way around, otherwise it's going to make his top of his hair look really big. That would make sense. That's going to add another hour to my workload, though. Is there a way to solve this problem that goes faster? Well, I could paint a border here. I could make a white border or something going all the way around. I could use tape. So I could have tape going right up to that. It's like a thumbnail all the way around. That's gonna cut really I didn't really anticipate that with. Because would it just look odd? What if I just did it exactly halfway? So I'm just gonna bring up his original poster so you can see. So you can see how he has this going right to the edge and it just stops. So I photoshopped this out so it stopped up here. So it works with this image, but I still now have I saw there was this other version of the poster on his own website. So what he's done, okay, maybe this is the solution here. Okay, so instead, okay, we paint all this black, 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 and have black and then black here. That's a big border though. That's a big thick piece of black. So that is kind of nice though, isn't it? It's kind of nice seeing that thick black all the way around. What if I extend some hair here so that border doesn't have to be quite so wide? Like, inch and a half. What if we had an inch? Still, that's at least 2 rings of blue. Really changes things. What if instead it just ends arbitrarily in the middle? So like 1/2 is black, one side is not. Ah, this is tough. didn't quite take all this into account. Okay, so if I was to add hair to this, I just love how it looks right now. Ah. Don't know if I want a black border around it. Okay, well, I can't make up my mind right now, so let's go. I'm gonna push ahead regardless, and I'll cross this bridge when I get closer. Solution might appear to me instead of just sitting here bumbling around. Let's just move. Now, really, the next step is to start putting some black on things. So my next step is I'm going to start putting some black outlines. And I'm going to use a Posca pen for this. I was planning on hand painting it all, but, you know, we're already almost, 4.5 hours into this painting. I did talk for about an hour on his biography, but still, time is of the essence here. So I have a little bit of an issue trying to figure out how to deal where the black is going to end on my painting. But I'm just going to go right to here. So I'm going to use a Posca pen. Okay. So I'm going to do most of the outlining work with this Posca pen. So let's on the screen. Now, probably outline the face with just a paintbrush, but all of this hair will do with the pen. So maybe let's start out here. Now you can see that the way he's done this, those lines are kind of jittery. So, if I wanted, I could add that jitter, or it might just come out whether I like it or not. So already I've kind of had to widen some of these lines because I got a little bit sloppy. And I know it's a little bit frustrating, but compared to if I was trying to hand paint all of these lines, they'd be super uneven. So it's funny that that can, a little bit of unevenness here. Like if that drives me crazy, just imagine how much it would have driven me bonkers had I tried hand painting all of these lines. So if I was trying to do this with a paintbrush, I'd still be on the first few lines here. So this is the massive advantage Posca pen has over hand painting all these little lines. Again, the main difference though is because it creates such an even line, anything that does look a little bit thicker or wider kind of really stands out. So that can be super frustrating. So it's just important to kind of check in and ask myself, like, well, how really important is it to me to be perfect? And then I go, well, actually, it's not really important to me to be perfect. You know, sometimes I need to check in with myself and remind myself of that. So I haven't been very chatty because this does take actually probably more concentration than you'd imagine. And I am probably going maybe faster than maybe I should, just because I'm a little bit impatient. You know, it's one of those things when you get close to the end of a painting, you're like, oh, I'm almost there. Ah, I can just feel it. And it's not uncommon, for me anyway, to just start getting a little distracted and wanting to just wrap the whole thing up. Instead, it's really should be those times where I'm exercising the most amount of patience, because these lines are right here on the surface. They're literally on top of everything else. You know, I did say I was going to do the outline of the face with the paintbrush. But I'm not. Let's just carry right through here. Let's do the Dylan with the Posca pen as well. It's not even on camera, darn it. This, by the way, is a font that Milton Glaser himself came up with. I think it's called the Baby Teeth. Or I think Fat Baby Teeth or something like that. Okay. So once again, let's zoom back out. And like, what a difference that makes. All of that black in place like that. I still have not come up with my magic solution here. would make most sense? Could I fade it? I feel like an arbitrary line just seems odd. This doesn't. Just try to think, what about keeping it like this somehow? That would be an argument about not having gone so wild with my Dylan down here. So if it goes black, could I fade it out? Be tricky. I could do it. It says, I like all the paintings on display in the background, Michael. Thank you. There's a few of them back there. Awesome. Thanks very much, Kat. Thanks for paying attention. Sorry about your migraine. Oh, it's okay. I think couple little acetaminophen that seems to be helping, but I appreciate the concern. The one argument against the fading it out is that seems kind of contrary to the solidity of all these other colors. Milton, what would you do? What would Milton do? He probably would just keep expanding that hair. The thing is, the reason why this is harder, well, he did do it there. Like, I'm gonna sketch it in here. I don't have to go with it, but 16 is 9. Let's just do it halfway. Because I feel like if I should have planned that ahead of time, and I didn't. And I don't like. I think it really breaks up this design a bit. So it's not that I couldn't do it. I just don't think I'd get the results I really want. It's gonna look like a bit of an afterthought. And I know I'm totally overthinking this because people are just like, why are you, it's not that big of a deal, Michael. And in truth, it's really not that big of a deal, it's true. Okay, let's, I'm gonna split this into another thing here. Where were we? Number 2. Okay, I've made a decision for how I'm going to deal with the black. I'm just going to split it right down the middle on the top of his head and be done with it, as opposed to trying to expand the hair to the edges of the painting. I feel like I should have thought of that before, or had maybe moved this whole composition up and maybe moved the Dylan down. But it is what it is, so I'm going to go, we'll do this. If it doesn't work, we'll figure out another solution after that point. Okay, so just before I do this, I'm going to double check. For some reason that doesn't seem like it's in the middle, but it certainly is. So let's jump in off the deep end here. And I'm going to start with the area that's causing me the most amount of grief. I'm going to start right up top here. You can let me know how you think this works. the reason I keep brushing into this black is I want to try to avoid any big areas of texture on here. I kind of want to keep it about as flat as possible. So that's often why you see me kind of looking on an angle like this, because that'll let, you know, the paint's going to reflect off the light like that, so I can more easily see. Now I might do a second coat here because it's a little bit patchy in places, and that's okay. To be in the center. Let's try that again. It is very satisfying to finally get to this stage where I can put in this big solid area of black. So notice how I'm kind of quickly going around here, painting with a small brush right up to these edges. Try to go as quickly as I can here before the paint sets. Then I'm going to use a bit of a bigger brush to go in and try to prevent any little ridges from forming. like how that nose got a little pointy there. Let's look at the original. Maybe this is best served with the Posca pen. I'll let that dry. I think it's pretty good. It's just, you can see it's slightly uneven here. So I'll let that dry. I don't want to be using the Posca pen painting into wet paint. So I'll let that dry. Let's move. Again, I keep just checking my hand to make sure I got some black paint on there. Last thing I want to do is smear it all over this area. I do have a little bit of paint that I saved in case such a mistake happens. But I'd really prefer not to use it, because even trying to touch that up will probably leave like a residue that will make it pretty obvious where I touched it up. So before it starts to dry, let's just come back in and try to keep these letters from gathering texture around them. Why did I use a big brush to do that, Michael? Okay, let's Posca pen that. For some reason, I keep every time I look at this, I think Batman instead of Dylan. Maybe it's because of the, I don't know, the orange. I remember Batman used to have a lot of orange in the font back when I was a kid. See, paint is kind of splashing around on the back. That's okay. Ah, where'd that green or red come from? Okay, so I'm going to take care of this little, I think it's probably not, it's probably dry paint that just kind of flaked off my fingers. Let me show you some kind of weird. Look at, purely accidentally, that area kind of got a little lighter. Almost looks like his eyes closed there. That's, not sure how I feel about, I mean, let's zoom back. It's almost in the exact right place it should be. That's weird. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this. Okay, yeah, that's kind of funny how that turned out there. So let's want to do a little touch-ups with my Posca pen, and I really want to make sure that the paint is dry before I draw on it. the Posca pen, otherwise you risk ruining the pen. So there was a little bit of wet paint that I kind of drew into. Okay, so I'm happy with the way this looks, but the black is still a little bit patchy, including that eye, which I don't know, I kind of like it. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly blow dry this, and then I'm going to apply a second coat of black. Sangeet says, "Hello, looking good, Michael. I'm sorry I missed this, but Kelly was worth it." Kelly? Who's Kelly? Is that the main person behind Stereophonics? Said I've been following him since '92. Have Stereophonics been around since 1992? Are we talking about the same? Maybe I'm just dropping in and out of the chat there, so I'm not sure I caught all of that. So I'm going to leave that eye. What do you think? Should I keep that eye? Yikes. Sankey says it's 5 in the morning, just a little bit drunk after the concert. Been there. So I didn't realize Stereophonics was kind of a one-man operation. I always thought Stereophonics was like a group of, you know, a band in the true sense. So, but it honestly has been probably 10 years since I last listened to them, even though I did go through a phase where I was listening to them a lot when I was living in England. And they were all over the radio and Sankey says, you can definitely make changes in your painting. No need to worry if you want to keep that eye. I appreciate that. Thank you, my friend. So this is just a little ridge here I'm just trying to get rid of. I kind of think I'm going to keep that eye like that. It's kind of weird and a little bit different than the original. Okay, let's just blow dry this. Okay, I feel like I could just keep on noodling around here. So, let's, here we are at the end, longer than I expected, but it's also because I was taking my time, my sweet time. I don't know why, but I did, and here we are. So just before we look at these paintings side by side, let's take a quick reminder to subscribe, hit the notification bell, and hit the like button. All of those things are hugely helpful for a YouTuber like myself. It's also really helpful if you go back and comment on older videos that you've watched, but maybe haven't left a comment on the video after the live stream ended. I know Kathy, who's in the chat there, has done that many times. That's fantastic. Or Ari's also done that, a few other of you. So thank you so much for all your support. And again, it doesn't cost you anything, maybe even just cutting and copying the same comment you left during the live stream. That's also really helpful. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, $1, $5, the price of a cup of coffee, you can use the PayPal link. You could send an e-transfer or a check in the mail. Contacting me directly, you can use my email, which is on my website and the Facebook group. I don't post it here because otherwise I'll just get all sorts of crazy robo spams all over the place. You can also use YouTube Super Chat, although YouTube takes 40% of what you donate. So you may want to, unless you really want to support YouTube, you may want to use one of the other methods, although I certainly don't mind however you choose to support the channel. So let's take a look at the original. And then let's put the two artworks side by side. There, I'll just zoom in a bit here. Okay. Oh, you know what's interesting? I just noticed the nose I did isn't quite as round. He's got kind of a bit more of a straight nose. How did that happen? Oh, I think you know what happened is I kept expanding this, and so that made it a little bit more straight. Now, is that actually how his nose looks? Let's just, before I sign off, let's just take a look. Let's look at Bob Dylan profile. It does go a little bit more like that, doesn't it? Okay. Not that I doubted Milton Glaser here. Okay. So let's bring that original back up. Now you can see the bottom of his nose does feel bigger. I've kind of given him all around bigger nose. I don't know if that was a good idea or not. It's funny how just that tiny little line really made his nose bigger, hey? But I think that's okay. So, you know, there is obviously some differences here. Probably the main one was the way that I chose to end the black here. I put it right down the middle, and I think that's okay. It kind of gives the painting kind of two sides, you know, the dark side and the light side, and then from there we can make all sorts of kinds of associations to yin, yang, positive, negative, all sorts of things like that, right? That, you know, he's maybe got this two sides to his personality or something like that. Just gonna also touch. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that, and I'm gonna Posca pen it. Oh no, you couldn't hear me. Crap, how long was I going without talking? Oh man. Was my whole summary here muted out? Okay, I'm gonna blow dry. So, yeah, I think I can live with all that. Okay, let's just back that back out. I think we've got this thing wrapped up. Little touch-ups. So I'm happy that, you know, when I look up close, I can see the little fix that I did there. But again, most people are never going to look at that closely. So I don't mind if that's there. I find that I think it's a little bit of a fortuitous thing, you know, as Bob Ross would say, a happy accident. So I'm just going to go with that. You know, I did kind of flub the nose a little bit and make it look a little bit bigger. There's nothing, I mean, I could take this original background color and try to fix that, but I guarantee you it would make a bigger, it would really draw a lot more attention to the nose than is already there. And as I said, you know, when I'm not looking at them side by side, I don't really notice that difference at all. All right, it doesn't bother me. Like I'm a huge Dylan fan. I've seen his face a million times. And that to me looks close enough to Dylan, and his name is right there. So I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue. It does look different. I do feel like in the original, that nose is almost exaggeratedly pointy. I don't think it's really quite so pointy in any of these photos as I look at it. So I think in a little bit of a way, what he's done is a bit of a caricature, which is fine, right? And he's trying to exaggerate specific parts of his face. So, okay, I think that's good enough for me. I've long overstayed my welcome here. Time for me to grab some food and then get ready for my class tomorrow morning. So, thank you everyone for painting along with me, for keeping me company. Some of you have been here the entire time, which is wonderful. And so now you are finally released to sleep. or go to work or whatever you got to do. Thank you again, everyone. You're doing the world a big favor by making art, by watching, by looking at art, consuming art, sharing art with your friends and family. Just like Milton Glaser said, art is a gift that we give to one another. And the more people that are making art and enjoying art, the more peaceful and beautiful our planet would be, the less war and strife and violence and anger we'd have. I think if everybody had some creative outlet like yourself, this would be a much safer place for our children to grow up in. Thank you again. We'll see you guys, I think, next week. Might be the next time I get a chance to make up some painting with you. Have a great night, and we'll see you again very soon. Bye-bye. Whew. That was a long one.